Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And our forecast today calls for mostly cloudy skies. Our high will go to 85 degrees. In the news this morning, the first day of school for Wilson, Bedford, and Murray County schools, among others. Careful on the roads this morning. But the big story of the weekend was in Nashville, the crash that involved an 87-year-old driver who ran a red light and struck 4 pedestrians on Lower Broadway, killing one. Here's WSMV4's Jordan James on that.
Authorities say an 87-year-old driver ran a red light at the intersection of Broadway and 4th Avenue and struck 4 pedestrians, killing one of them while the other 3 remain hospitalized. Faith Colafrancesco works along Broadway.
It's just scary, and just knowing how many times we cross the road every single day going to work right here, and could have been any of us, and just seeing it happen right in front of our eyes, it's just a wake-up call. How much we don't pay attention, how fast can change.
In addition to the pedestrians, the driver and his wife were injured.
Yeah, but they are okay this morning. Now, the man who died is identified as 58-year-old Timothy Wedlock of Australia. Another victim is from Jacksonville, Florida. He was in critical condition and had undergone surgery. And then a third victim was from Knoxville. She was in serious but non-critical condition. The fourth victim is a woman from Parsons, Tennessee. She was in critical but stable condition at Vanderbilt. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has issued a formal order that is expected to pave the way for his confirmation for Attorney General.
The so-called anti-weaponization fund appears to be dead. On Sunday night, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche posted 2 orders, one formally rescinding the fund, the other clarifying the scope of immunity from IRS audits for the Trump family. Both were sticking points for 2 Republican senators withholding support for Blanche to get the AG job permanently. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Investors heading into the first full week of August with this question: is the job market finally cooling enough to change the Federal Reserve's outlook on interest rates? The week's biggest report will have to wait till Friday when the Labor Department releases the July jobs numbers. Economists expecting hiring to slow, with the unemployment rate holding near 4.3%. A weaker report could strengthen expectations that the Fed may eventually begin cutting rates. Before that, Tuesday brings the latest reading on job openings, Wednesday the ADP private payroll report, and a closely watched snapshot of the nation's services sector. Then on Thursday, new unemployment claims and productivity figures. Meanwhile, earnings season continuing with reports from AMD, Eli Lilly, and the first ever earnings report from SpaceX as a public company. Those reports and more to offer guidance on consumer spending, hiring plans, artificial intelligence investments, and the outlook for the rest of the year. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And stock futures this morning all pointing up. We've got Dow futures plus 344 right now. That's the latest news. Stick around. Your traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 503 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Maddis here for my friends at the Glock store. Now, don't forget this coming Saturday, August 8th. It is free O-Sight Day at the Glock store. That's right. You'll get free hands-on range time, great O-Sight optic giveaways, and exclusive in-store discounts as well, food trucks, and a whole lot more. Again, it is going to be a great day out at the Glock store. Now, the reviews on these O-Sight optics have been amazing, so now you can check them out for yourself this coming Saturday, August 8th. It all begins at 9 a.m. It goes till 6 p.m., so save the date. This coming Saturday. Hope to see you there. The Glock store, it is where I still go for all my guns, my ammo, and my training. So check them out today, glockstore.com and shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Got a problem already this morning on westbound 40. This is in Hillwood in Davidson County. You've got a stalled out vehicle on the right shoulder. It's just before Charlotte Pike, attracting some attention this morning. Otherwise, in the majors, you're looking okay. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into a Monday, August 3rd. Do you know what's weird, Joan? You know what's weird, Sam?
What's that?
So today's the first day of school for, I heard you say, Wilson County. So the youngling, Riker, is excited to be starting his first day of school. As a matter of fact, Riker set his own alarm this morning for, I don't know why, but he set his alarm for 4 a.m.
What?
I said to him, are you like excited for the first day of school?
What grade is this? Hold on.
He's going to be in 7th grade.
Oh, I know. That's an exciting time.
Well, I thought that maybe he wants to, get a little gussied up, get a little shine on going on for the girls. Because, this is, 7th grade is when you start noticing the chicks.
Well, I think it's probably that he just wants to play a video game before he heads off to class.
See, I think that's more like it, Joan.
Yeah.
So, but originally he had set it for 4. And then my wife, of course, Amy, was like, no. Because if he gets up at 4, you know who else is getting up at 4, right? Amy.
Yeah.
So she said, no, you will set that alarm for 5. So the alarm, sorry, I'm assuming he's getting up right about now. And no, he doesn't listen to the show. So I don't know if he's excited or what's going on, but I mean, he was ready to go. And it's difficult, of course, you parents know, and certainly, Joan, you and I know, both as parents and as one-time children, where adjusting to a school schedule after a summer vacation schedule, that is not easy. It is not easy at all. So, it's the first day of school. So I don't know, when your kids were younger, Joan, did you do that whole first day of school picture thing? Because we've got like a dry erase board, and it's like first day of school, it's got the date, and it feels weird. When I was going to school, and granted it was in California, but when I was going to school as a kid, we didn't start school until like after September.
Yeah, isn't it weird? Why do they start school so early here?
Well, Sam, you went to school here. Like Joan and I didn't grow up here. So is this normal?
The main reason would be that the weather is unpredictable in Middle Tennessee, and so we've got to kind of backfill in case we have a week of snow. Or the thing that really did it was the flood in 2010. I mean, that put school off for upwards of 3 weeks for some people. So they kind of just backfill for emergency days. That's the main reason.
That was like a 1 in a 100-year flood. Every 100 years you get that kind of a thing. But so now it screws up the school for everybody.
But it's got to be in the budget. You've got to have things allocated in the budget so you can get kids into the next grade, because they don't have enough credit time. Then they have to repeat. Nobody wants that. We're already 31st in the nation.
So now we got to figure out how to, explain the birds and the bees to Riker.
Oh, you have to do that.
That didn't start till 9th grade. What?
Kids are adjusting very quickly. Do you know what my mom explained? Do you remember that your parents, Joan and Sam, explaining the birds and the bees to you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So for me, it was in the 7th grade. Now, my mom, being a nurse, I mean, she was very clinical about the whole thing, and I can't get into exactly how clinical she was, but she basically was like, so when a man loves a woman, she got into song. Is there a song?
When a man loves a woman.
No, there was none of that.
There's none of that.
No, but she got into like medical names of body parts. Like that was how clinical she got.
Was there a banana involved?
No, there was no bananas involved.
Oh, you didn't get the demonstration.
I did not get the demonstration.
Got to pay extra for that.
Do you know what I said to her, though, when I was younger? Because I was in 7th grade, and of course I knew everything at 7th grade, right? And I thought I was some hot stuff. I said, well, Mom, do I have to love her?
Hang on, you said that?
I did.
How prescient.
She was not happy.
I bet.
Well, I've been talking to my brother, and my brother was 2 years
brother's
older.
Yeah.
And he was a player. Like my brother, he was a player. He was a surfer. He was Joe Cool, the whole thing. And so, my brother would at times, talk about his conquests. And he may have been talking, smack. So I thought that I was going to be just as popular as my brother because the seventh grade, I mean, I was feeling it, if you know what I mean. And so I was raring to go, you know what I mean? And
you had your bell-bottom jeans and your mullet and your tight-fitted V-neck.
I sure did, yeah. And
Chuck Taylors.
You know how many girlfriends I had in the 7th grade? As many as I had in the 8th grade, the 9th grade, the 10th grade, the 11th grade, and the 12th grade.
Stop it. You probably
Zero.
had many.
I had no. That whole conversation about the birds and the bees didn't even apply till I was like 19.
Whoa.
It's terrible. Okay, I may have been 18. Just turned. A car may have been involved. Anyway, so bottom line. Moving right along. All right,
Must be steamy in that parking lot over there.
So do you, it's a whole, you know what? Maybe on a podcast one day, we can have fun and talk about our first times because moving right along. So Joan, first day of school, when your kids were doing the whole thing, did you have that little easel board thing and, it's the date and all that? Because we do that.
I was always on morning show, so I was never around when the kids went off to school for the first day. I was never there.
My dad made sure to photograph everybody's first day of every grade.
Yeah, that's what we do.
When all three of us are college educated, the first day of each year, we had to hold up what year of college we were starting and send them a picture.
They made you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is... See, I love that, though. That's awesome.
It's true.
And it's a very special time. It's a very special... I'm going to be honest, it's a very special time for the morning show. Do you know why it's a special time for the morning show? I bet Joan knows why this is a special time for the morning show.
Because kids are going to school? What?
Because basically our listenership doubles.
Oh, yeah.
Because parents are back in the car, right? Parents are back in the car. They're driving their kids to school, and they want to find out what's going on. And so, they turn on, old Nashville's Morning News, and here we are.
You know what this means, too?
What's that?
Sam, clean up the language.
Yeah, no. So, seriously, kids are in car now. KIC, kids in car.
Makes sense.
No cursing. That's what I'm talking about. So Wilson, Bedford, Murray County. I thought that Sumner County started today. I could be wrong.
I could be wrong. There. Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, you know what I did? A couple of years ago, I inadvertently, mistakenly said, I think it was Davidson County, where I said Davidson County started school that day, and they didn't. I caused pandemonium across Middle Tennessee when I did that. It was like, I think it was my first year on the morning show, and I totally shanked it. And I very quickly realized that I had gotten it wrong. I think the superintendent actually called the radio station. Like, that's how bad it was.
Wow.
So, yeah, it was, And Ken and Johnny B, they, of course, they threw me right under the bus.
Sure
we don't know what
did.
you're talking about, Brother Dan.
They were the ones that gave you the info, right?
No. That was all on me. It was all on me. Anyway, so all is right and well, though. So it is the first day of school for a lot of folks. So remember, if you're behind a school bus, you can't go around the school bus, right?
Especially if it's got the arm out.
Especially if it's got the arm out.
If it's stopped, just stop.
Also, just plenty of extra time to, get to where you're going this morning. Because the roads are going to be a mess.
Right,
there's going to be a lot of kids. There's going to be a lot of confusion. You're going to have a lot of tired moms and dads bringing their kids to school.
Probably some new bus drivers this term in a lot of places.
Kids are afraid they're going to miss the bus running out in the street.
How long before we run the story, Joan, about how the various districts are desperate for bus drivers?
Oh, we already did last week.
Did we have them last week?
Yeah.
Okay. I've already decided that if I lose my gig here, I'm going to be a bus driver.
It's a good paying gig. And you only have to drive the bus twice a day. So
you know what I'm going to do if I lose my job in radio?
What's that?
Is I'll become a bus driver and just get on the thing in the bus and just start monologuing at the kids.
I'm sure they'll love that.
Listen, I will lull them to sleep. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Still have that stalled out vehicle on 40 westbound in the Hillwood area. It's just before Charlotte Pike. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, as far as your weather goes for today, the first day of school, looks like it's going to be mostly cloudy and a high of 85. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, a real quick programming note. I cannot wait for my interview at 8:05. So if you can't stick around for the entire 4 hours, I get it. You need to step it up, but I do understand. So 8:05, I'm going to speak to a police officer who was in the news over the weekend. He talked a guy down from the ledge. Like literally the guy was, getting ready to jump off of a Nashville bridge. And this police officer finds him, walks up to him, and talks him off the ledge. An amazing story. And this guy, this police officer, is going to be here in studio. And he's, I talked to him a little bit over the weekend. And great guy, amazing history that he has. And so I'm looking forward to that interview coming up at 8:05 here on Nashville's Morning News. Also in the news, a lot of hijinks and shenanigans as far as some polling goes. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about dark money coming into the state of Tennessee as well. We're going to talk about, all things regarding the election. And that is, of course, happening on Thursday. Looking forward to that and a whole lot more. So I thought this was interesting. Just real quick, I've got some video and audio here. Did you hear, Joan, what Bill Maher said on Friday? I think they do this, his show on Friday.
Yeah.
Did you hear what he said on Friday?
I don't think so.
About the Democrat Socialists of America? Listen to this. This is Bill Maher.
Last month, 2 Democratic congressmen released an open pledge they wanted their fellow Democratic members to sign. It said, "We are capitalist, not socialist. We want safety, not lawlessness. We are proud, not ashamed of America." These should not be hard words for a congressional Democrat to sign on to. You know how many did? 8. 8 out of 212. Guys, really, there's got to be an easier way to lose the swing states. I would vote for Sarah Palin before this.
Think about that.
Oh, man.
I mean, it really, as Bill Maher said, it's not that much of an ask. We are capitalists, not socialists. We want safety, not lawlessness. We are proud, not ashamed of America. How is it possible that only 8 out of, what did he say, 212 Democrats in the House of Representatives would not sign that pledge? I mean, that's crazy. And I like how Bill Maher said, there's got to be an easier way to lose the swing states, right? So that is Bill Maher, and that really does show you I would call it the latest in the Democrats' identity crisis, because really that does seem to be what it is. It is an identity crisis. You have, and I've got all kinds of audio on this morning. I have audio from Joe Manchin, basically talking about just this with Margaret Brennan, where she was actually defending socialism. And she was talking to Joe Manchin about it. Now, Joe Manchin, everybody knows Joe Manchin, right? West Virginia. He was the governor of West Virginia. He was the senator, West Virginia, for a long time. Basically, he was too moderate for the party. And so ultimately he left. And so now they're going to go to Joe Manchin and ask him about the direction of the Democrat Party. So we'll have that audio for you as well. And a lot of people, can I just say this? I don't really understand. And maybe you can help me understand, Joan. Why is it that everybody is so fascinated about what James Carville said over the weekend? Did you hear what James Carville said? So James Carville said, well, I'm just going to play it. I've got the audio. Listen to this.
Analyst there is, and I'm not sure what to understand what Madonna is doing, but to talk about the larger Democratic Party post the election in Michigan going forward. I am not going to be in the same party with Hassan Piker. I can tell you that right now.
So he said that he's not going to be in the same party as Hassan Piker. So I think it's already too late. I mean, hasn't the Democrat Party already basically given itself over to Hassan Piker? It seems like it to me. And I'm just, for people watching on Super Talk TV, thank you. Why is James Carville looking like Ray Charles? Or Stevie Wonder? I think that's more Ray Charles. So he's got really dark sunglasses on, and I'm not entirely certain why he has the dark sunglasses on. Maybe he just has some sort of optical thing going on. But I think the Democrat Party at this point looks at James Carville as a fossil and as a dinosaur. And I think that they would be more than willing to say, James Carville, bless your heart, we don't need you anymore. I think that's probably what they would say to James Carville.
They don't. They really don't. Like the next generation of all these young Democrat socialists out there, really just communists in disguise.
Right.
They don't care what he has to say.
They could give a crap. And James Carville probably knows that, which is why he's setting up for, him leaving the party. But the bottom line is, okay, so number one, who cares? Number two, where would James Carville go? Here's more.
If he becomes a force in the Democratic Party, I'm out of here. I have no intention of ever being in the same political party with that guy. Now, I think that a overwhelming majority of Democrats agree with me. But this idea that we're going to seize the means of production and just go look at the DSA platform. You don't have to look any further than that. And, Jackie, it may be that the two-party system is just going to be under tremendous stress here in the coming months. I mean, you see it in with Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene and on the Republican side.
Did you hear about that? So you had, Sam, look up who all the players are, would you?
It was Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
you got
Thomas
all these,
Massey.
Oh, hold on. So you have all of these Republicans that have now decided that they're going to, I guess, form an offshoot of the Republican Party. And the bottom line is, you've got a bunch of folks that are Trump haters at this point. I would call them cast-offs. So you've got Thomas Massey, you've got Tucker Carlson, you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene. I forget who else was in it. Sam's looking it up real quick. But you've got a bunch of folks who are they, Sam? Real quick.
MTG, Tucker Carlson, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent, and Brian Glenn.
I know who Joe Kent is. I'm not quite
He's a journalist and husband to Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, there you go. Okay. So now you've got on the Democrat side, you've got the Democrat Socialists of America. You've got then, the people like James Carville. Then on the right, you've got Donald Trump and, whatever you want to call MAGA these days. So you've got the main line of the Republican Party. Now you have, would you call them cast-offs of the Republican Party? Is that what you call them? Cast-offs?
Castaways.
Castaways, cast-offs, castaways, whatever.
They're the ones screaming for Wilson.
Wilson?
Castaway.
No, I understand.
Hanks.
It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, whatever. So, yeah, the bottom line is that I don't know. We've heard this before from none other than Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk was out there saying, oh, yeah, we're going to have an America First party. Then before you know it, in a few months, he's, going to pledge a couple of $100 million towards the midterms for Donald Trump and the Republicans. So we'll see where this whole thing goes. I don't know if a party led by Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and Joe Kent and some of these other folks, I don't know if that is really going to do much. Are they going to get Mitt Romney to lead the party?
Hot dog guy,
Mitt Romney. I don't know. I don't know if anybody will pay much attention to it. Tim Burchett, by the way, is not part of that. And Tim Burchett has been more aligned. And I'm not saying this is a negative to Tim Burchett. He's going to do what he's going to do. But, somebody said to me the other day that Congressman Burchett is, basically going to be the next Thomas Massey. I don't know if I would say that is true, but I kind of see where they're going because Tim Burchett has, been a little surprising as of late with some things, but I kind of get where he's going when it comes to the budget and spending and all of those things that he has been talking about for a long time. So, I don't know. For me, James Carville, I guess we can play the rest of this soundbite real quick.
You see it going on right now. And I can't sit here and tell you for certain how this is going to turn out. But the one thing I can tell you for certain, Hassan Piker and James Carville are not going to be in the same political party. One of us is going to lead. It might even be me.
Joan, it sounds like he knows it's going to be him.
Yeah.
By James. Have they started the hashtag by James yet? BUHBYE
That's
James.
the one, yeah.
Bye-bye, James. Put it on a hashtag. 5:25. Joan's got the news at 6. It's at 5:30. I'm sorry, Joan.
Yeah, good man with a gun is being hailed as a hero in Idaho. That's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It is 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at mostly cloudy skies today. Our high going to 85 degrees. President Trump signaling a possible end to the war with Iran once again, saying that a deal is imminent.
President Trump says negotiations with Iran are picking back up, adding he called off an attack on Iran over the weekend at the request of Gulf allies, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates.
It was going to be an attack that would have been by far the biggest attack since World War II, but they've asked us not to do it.
Over the weekend, Iranian leaders said negotiations with Oman regarding the opening of the Strait of Hormuz are in their final stages, but the strait will not go back to the way it was pre-war. Karen Hua, ABC News, Washington.
New details today about that deadly shooting rampage at an In-N-Out restaurant in Idaho. ABC's Hannah Battah on the man being hailed as a hero for opening fire on the suspect.
35-year-old Jordan Salinas tells the Idaho Statesman he had just pulled into the parking lot when he heard gunfire. He says he drew his semi-automatic pistol and saw the suspect lift a rifle to his shoulder and fire toward cars. That's when Salinas began firing. Police say an off-duty policeman at the scene also returned fire. Police say the shooter, identified as 24-year-old Chad Williams, killed 3 people and injured 7 others before taking his own life.
An off-duty police officer also fired on that gunman. And the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office says that it found drugs stashed inside an inmate's Bible during a jail search recently. The investigation began after the cellmate was found to have Suboxone, the medication often used to treat opioid dependence. Now, both men and their cell were searched. The sheriff's office report the pair also had a stash of pills and other contraband in their cell. The report didn't say how those incarcerated men got the drugs. That's the latest news. Traffic's next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looking good on the majors this morning. No big delays to speak of on 40, 65, or on 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. Happy Monday. It is August 3rd, and it is time for Joan's World. All right, so Joan picks the topics. First time, I believe, that I've seen these. Oh, except for one. Oh, I can't wait to do that second one, Joan.
Oh, yeah.
Holy mackerel. Okay, but first we got to get through the first one where I see a woman who has a bunch of bolts in her face.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
So this woman, she's a young woman too. She's up for a either teacher assistant or it's the teaching thing where she, I'm not even like, she goes and she assists the teacher as part
like
of
a teacher's aide kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It's a teaching assistant. It's a stepping stone to becoming a teacher.
So she goes for the job, and she initially thought she had the job, but now she can't understand why they told her she just needs to go find a new assignment. Listen to this.
I'm supposed to be student teaching at my local school district, supposed to be, and I put in accommodation request for my piercings because there's certain piercings that I can't put a retainer in because they're hard to find and or don't exist.
Wait, what?
They want her to replace her piercings with like a retainer so that there's something in it, but it's not the big bolts that she's got stuck in her nose right now.
So basically, I got to describe this for people listening on the radio.
Yeah.
So she's got...
The bottom ones are called snake bites.
Oh, okay, good. So the bottom ones are called snake bites.
On either side of the bottom
look
lip.
look like a snake, and the fangs coming out. She's got one right underneath her nose, like
square
above
in the
her
middle.
lip. Yeah, square in the middle of the upper lip. And then she got two big old ones on either side of her nose.
So that one that goes through her nose is actually one piece. You can push it on one side and it comes up. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It goes all the way through the septum.
I wonder what happens when she blows her nose.
I know. So that's the one that the school district really had a problem with, and they told her she's got to do something about it. She's like, but I can't. But wait till you hear, as she gets further into this, how deranged this woman is.
Or they cause physical pain. Like this one causes physical pain, but just because of the way it was pierced. So I thought I would just find like a black thing that'll make it look like a mole. Same with these two.
Why? Sam, can you help? Why do people have these things if they hurt?
So I put this in the same category, even though this is easier to get rid of. Face tattoo syndrome. Basically, I want to put all these things on my face or neck so that you look at my face or neck, but I don't want you to acknowledge them or criticize me for them.
So furthermore, you can see if you look really close that right in the front of her nose, there are two holes. She got rid of two holes right in the very front of her nose. So those are her accommodations.
Okay.
And then the septum, I just flipped up. These, I just put in the clear retainers. This, I can't find a retainer to, so I asked for these accommodations, and I tell them, like, yeah, my piercings are very spiritual to me. It helps me feel connected to my ancestry and the culture.
Wait, so they're spiritual.
Yes.
They're connected to her ancestry and her culture.
Culture. Oh, it gets a whole lot better.
Okay.
And my indigenous ancestry, and also they are intensely spiritual for me. When I got my nozzle on, for example, that was an intensely spiritual experience, and if I took it out, I would feel like disconnected from it. Even when I take it out to change or clean, I feel disconnected.
Yeah,
it's like people have like an animal that is their spiritual animal or whatever.
Right, their guide dog.
Their guide, whatever. I mean, that doesn't count with face rings, does it?
Well, apparently it does, Dan, because when she takes it out to clean it, she's no longer connected.
Oh.
It just I did everything right? I read my personal statement. I explained the meaning and everything. I put my religious affiliation with like the Church of Body Modification.
Okay, there you go.
Whoa, wait, what? The Church of Body Modification?
Yes, her affiliation with the Church of Body Modification.
Well, that's just that is just bizarre.
Like the Church of Body Modification.
The Church of Body Modification.
The Church of Body Modification is a non-theistic religion with over 5,000 members in 24 countries. The church practices body modification to, quote, strengthen the bond between mind, body, and soul, and to experience the divine.
Listen, who are we to judge?
Well, I can
people
tell
that
you.
don't have piercings in their face?
I'll go ahead and judge.
Yeah, I will.
I don't have any I don't look like a snake in a.
Hey, when I got this dumb tattoo of being born and raised in a landlocked state of a wave on my shoulder, it was a spiritual experience for me. And if you criticize me for it, you're criticizing my ancestry, even though I've lived here for my family's lineage is completely landlocked to this country for almost 250 years.
The Church of Body Modification.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how I practice and everything.
She practices.
And
how hard is it to practice the Church of Body Modification?
No, we're just seeing her face. Doesn't it make you wonder, like, what else is going on?
What does the rest of her look
body?
like?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And then I also recommend and say that, oh, well, I could also just wear a face mask to complete my student teaching. And they just wouldn't budge. Like, there was no discussion. There was no conversation. There was no, like... There was nothing.
There was nothing.
There's also nothing between her ears. You know what I'm saying?
I think that
no brain.
school system saved themselves a great deal.
Well, I'm kind of curious. Was it a high school? Was it a junior high? Was it a college? Okay.
She never says.
Is there any? Are we going to keep going with this?
No,
or are we
we
done?
can. The whole Church of Body Modification thing just opened my eyes to like
One
how
of the elders apparently has like their eyelids tattooed. Or their sclera in their eyeballs. That's I don't get that. I don't get anything above the chest, in my opinion.
Whatever. Listen, you're free to do whatever it is that you want to do.
Yep.
And people can react to it in their own way. And that school district, obviously, they felt like we don't want this around our kids.
I hope she never needs an MRI.
Well, you know she can't get through the airport thing without...
TSA's like,
Yeah.
whoa, we got to scan your face.
Yeah. So.
All right, this next one.
I know.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Go ahead and set it up.
So I didn't even know this. Did you? That there is now a
Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
This is Women's Major League Baseball. So do you know who this...
Oh, I don't know who she is. Do you know who she is?
Well, let me play it first. This is Women's Major League Baseball, which officially started over the weekend, and this is how the league began.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming.
This is painful.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars.
Now I'm trying to figure. So who's worse? Is it the mains? Now, do you know who the singer is?
I don't know who she is.
That's Martha from Martha and the Vandells.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, she's like 75.
We're so gallantly
Her warble got really warbled.
And the rocket's red glare.
I don't understand what that is. This is... Do you think the people that started the league are like, this is how we're going to start?
Yeah.
Is this the way our league is going to be? You know how you get in like fights with the family? Yeah. Is this how our day's going to start? Is this how our league's going to start? There's a big note coming up, right?
Yes, yes.
Or the land.
Here it is.
Of the free and the home of the brave.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I hear the neighborhood dog catcher had his work cut out for him that evening.
He's like, where the hell are the dogs? I hear them. I just don't know where they are. The chick over in the ballpark.
Two other women were singing, were just trying to sing a normal rendition of the song. Whoever they were just being normal. And they got overwhelmed by the warble.
Yeah, Martha from Martha and the Vandells. Like, I don't know why she was so bad. Like, did she forget how to sing in her old age?
She must have.
Yeah. I don't know. At least that's who they said it was.
Crazy, yeah.
But you know what? Can I tell you something? Here's the thing that we're all missing. Nobody knew that women's Major League Baseball started until that national anthem went viral.
You know there's a women's pro soccer league too, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that.
As I was typing in women's pro, both of those came up and I learned for the first time.
Well, and okay, so I'm going to do a whole thing on this a little bit later on, but do you know, just to prove that men don't belong in women's sports, without Sam, you looking it up, I want to ask Joan this question. Joan, do you know how fast the average fastball is for a women's Major League Baseball pitcher? How fast is the average fastball compared to a Major League Baseball player that's a man?
So a guy, I think the average for a man is probably around, 98, 99?
94 miles an hour.
Okay, 94.
Actually. Yeah, and between 92, 94, 95, it's going to top out at 102.
Okay.
So a female Major League ball pitcher is like 80 mile an hour. Like between 72 and 75, and it tops out at 80.
I think that's pretty impressive, actually.
So I want to find, honestly, like Sam, you and I could probably pitch in the female major league.
I was going to say we could at least hit the velocity breakdown by division of college baseball. This is men's college. JUCO or NAIA, which is considered the lowest tier of competition.
Yeah.
82 to 88 miles an hour.
Okay. And this is overhand. This is not like underhand. This is overhand. And the ball is a regulation ball for women's major league.
I haven't swung a bat like that in 15 years. I will Babe Ruth it and point to the yard and then send it there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody wrote, please stop. That was worse than Cars for Kids.
Wow. That's pretty bad.
Technically, both were scams.
That was Martha and the Vandells. Or Martha from Martha. And I
think she needs the Vandells.
I was going to say, are all the Vandells... You know what? The Vandells died after, singing with her for a long time.
There were some pigeons flying overhead that lost their sense of direction and...
They just went plummeting to the ground.
Yeah.
That's what happened. All right, next.
Okay, so the next thing is, I don't know if either of you guys own a Ford, but apparently Ford has a security problem. And this video is Matt Walsh talking from Daily Wire, talking about how they intentionally won't fix the problem because they actually sell the fix to the problem. Listen to this. The problem is called a relay attack. It lets somebody steal your car using a relay. So go ahead, run this.
In a relay attack, a thief walks up to your front door or the side of your house with a large signal booster. And normally your key fob only unlocks your car if you're within a couple of feet of the vehicle. But the signal booster tricks your car into thinking that the key fob is right next to the door. The thieves then unlock the car, start the push button ignition, and they drive off before you realize what's happened. Now with the Ford security plan, the start inhibit will stop this kind of attack. It will prevent anyone from starting the car with the fob unless the start inhibit option is disabled in your Ford app. So in other words, Ford wants to charge you a monthly fee in order to correct a security vulnerability that they have built into every single one of their vehicles.
Isn't that crazy?
Man, that is messed up.
Yes. It costs $96 a month.
What?
Yeah.
Joan?
I'm sorry.
Sam?
I'm sorry. Wrong. $96 a year.
Still
you have to pay for it.
That's capitalism, you two. Well, that is capitalism at work.
I blame BMW. This all started with BMW wanting to charge a monthly subscription for heated seats in their cars.
Oh, gosh.
So they've opened the door to
but
this.
That's heated seats.
Okay, hold on. Time out. Joan and I are on the same page.
This is stealing your car.
This is theft versus wouldn't it be nice to have butt warmers?
Well, but here's the point being. You buy the car, right? You title it in your name, you insure it. All the features that come with it should be included what you pay at the dealership. The fact that you have to pay for something extra to ensure that you get that feature is asinine in the car parked in your driveway. And the fact that they won't do a recall and fix this problem as opposed to selling you a solution is where it comes from. Oh, we'll just, it's the microeconomy, right? The little payments here and there. Nope.
But here's the thing. I agree with you, by the way, Sam. I do. But you agree to it when you buy it.
Yeah.
You agree to it when you buy it. I can't imagine this with Ford is necessarily something that they tell people when they're about to sign on the dotted line for a 5-year loan.
Didn't, Joan, you had something else a few weeks ago when it came to something to do with the dealership not telling you about the tracking software that they've put in as well. That was also Ford.
Yes. I mean, honestly, these car companies are getting away with a lot. That's an insane notion.
And the product sucks.
If you're talking about something like butt warmers, or in my car, there's certain features that you have to pay for in order for them to work in your car. Okay, I don't need to be able to start my car from East Jabip.
Yeah, from the house.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to pay for it. But to not have my car stolen? What?
You know what really prevents that? You drive an older truck that you have to turn the key in the handle to unlock.
Yeah, and that's just the thing.
Right, Riker. It's funny we're talking about this. Riker discovered the key difference between Mom's car and my car on, I think it was Thursday or Friday, where we go to the park and he is, flying his airplane, and it's hotter than Hades out, man.
Yes.
It is horrible. So we're walking, and Amy's car, she can start the car, the air conditioner's going, the whole thing.
Yeah.
So he says, because we're like way over on the other side of the park. So we're both sweating profusely. It was awful. So he says, can you start the car so the air conditioner is on? When we said, well, Riker, I don't have that feature in my car. And he was just like, what do you mean you don't have the feature? Because I never drive. He doesn't want to be in my car. So... and certainly not after that. I said, I don't have that feature. That's what we call the nicety that only moms get, apparently.
No, you got to teach him the old school way. You want air conditioning, you take the key to the car, you get to start it up and set it and let that initial hot air blow your way for a sec.
Do you know what I told him? I said, when my first car at 16 didn't actually have air conditioning. So, I said...
Yeah.
I said, I think I gave him a little speech on, being coddled as a child.
Imagine
which every 12-year-old loves to hear.
Oh, sure.
Imagine having to have hand crank windows as a 12-year-old.
My husband is the one that has the nice vehicle with the seat warmers and the seat coolers.
Yep.
And all those cool little features. And I just don't.
You know what? The biggest nicety that I have in my car, actually, Amy bought me leather seats to put in my car. And it was for like my birthday or something. And she said, now, if you want to pay for the butt warmers, it's like an extra, I don't know what it was, an extra few $100 or something to have the butt warmers put in.
Yeah.
I'm such a cheapskate. I wouldn't do it.
You didn't do it?
How much regret do you have about it?
I have a lot of regret.
The winter time rolls around.
I should have gone with the butt warmers. Like when it gets really cold, Amy's like, have fun with the cold seats, Jack A. You know what I mean? And it's just like she loves the fact that I'm literally freezing my butt off in my RAV4 because I was so cheap I didn't want to spend, and it was only a few $100. And now I thought, okay, maybe I should do it. But it's too late because my seats are already in. So anyway, so Riker got a good lesson in, you know what, Riker? You work really hard, and one day you too can have butt warmers.
I think that's an excellent lesson.
It's like Dare to Dream.
Yeah.
All right, got to go. 5:55. Joan's got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, the latest on the crash that happened downtown in Nashville over the weekend. Very sad. We've got the latest for you coming up here at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I got to tell you, in my house, Saturday night, Joan, Sam, I'm going to tell you, Amy was giddy.
What about?
Well, it was Saturday night, Sam.
In the park?
And Amy was giddy. Had nothing to do with me. MySpace is apparently coming back.
No way.
Have you heard that?
No.
Yeah. MySpace is getting a relaunch without Tom Anderson, the guy who started the original. So apparently, MySpace's owners confirmed that they're going to plan a relaunch to MySpace that was once the dominant social sphere of the 2000s. Now, I never had a MySpace. Sam, you said you had a MySpace, didn't you?
No.
Okay. Well, apparently you weren't cool enough to have a MySpace.
I wasn't old enough.
You weren't old enough.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Joe, you didn't have a MySpace. You and I were too old.
I was too old, but I did want to know, like, if my kids were on it, so I made sort of a secretive one.
Here's the thing.
My
Okay, I
kids
see what you
weren't
did.
on it. Yeah.
So here's the thing, though. If you think about it, like, Facebook has become so incredibly toxic. And, you know, I love X. Facebook, not so much, but I love X for work purposes.
Sure.
But I love the fact that MySpace is coming back again. And I was never on it, so I don't really know how it works. But with the acidity, if you will, of Facebook and social media, by and large, generally speaking, MySpace might be, you know, sort of like a safe space for people that want to, you know, go and be on social media, but don't want to argue about politics, if that is indeed how they do it. I don't know what MySpace was. I mean, I didn't have a MySpace. I guess you could have your favorite songs on there or whatever. Really interesting, though. So, you know, moms in their 30s and 40s, great news. Your MySpace is coming back. It is 6. Were guys on MySpace too? Or was that just a chick thing? Do you know? I don't know.
Guys were on MySpace.
Yeah. Guys were on MySpace too? You know what we need to do? If they come back, we need to have a Nashville's Morning News MySpace page.
Do you think?
Sam, will you do it for us?
Sure, Dan.
You could. Sam is as giddy as Amy was this weekend. It's 6 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning, 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An Australian tourist was killed over the weekend when a car ran into pedestrians on Lower Broadway. Channel 4's Braden Ross spoke to some witnesses.
It was either his foot was unable to find the brake and get off of the gas, or he was trying to beat that red light.
Cahill's 90-year-old wife and her caregiver were in the car, too. Cahill and his wife were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The caregiver told police she was on her phone in the back seat at the time of the crash and only looked up when she heard the sound of pedestrians being hit.
Now, 4 others were injured in that incident. Metro Council member Jacob Cupin on whether cars should be banned from Lower Broadway.
There's a lot of considerations. I know on weekend evenings it does often get closed, but certainly something we'll be evaluating with this new situation that's happened.
Now, council members are discussing a bill on August 4th, so that would be tomorrow night, that would restrict a driver's ability to turn right on a red light. Allowing drivers to turn right on red, according to sponsors, causes drivers to divide their attention between the traffic and pedestrians crossing at crosswalks. Leaders say that increases the likelihood of crashes, and perhaps they'll bring up whether cars should be allowed on Lower Broadway at all during the busiest times. President Trump is signaling a possible end of the war with Iran once again, saying that there is a deal that is imminent.
President Trump says negotiations with Iran are picking back up, adding he called off an attack on Iran over the weekend at the request of Gulf allies, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates.
It was going to be an attack that would have been by far the biggest attack since World War II, but they've asked us not to do it.
Over the weekend, Iranian leaders said negotiations with Oman regarding the opening of the Strait of Hormuz are in their final stages, but the strait will not go back to the way it was pre-war. Karen Hua, ABC News, Washington.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Equities investors this morning hope to continue the rally that closed out last week. The Dow Jones on Friday gained 277 points to finish at 52,485. The S&P picked up 0.7%. The Nasdaq added 1%. Meanwhile, oil prices are sliding after President Trump announced that he's holding off on what he said would have been a major new strike on Iran. Brent crude, the worldwide standard, is below $84 a barrel this morning. As employers drop insurance coverage of GLP-1 weight loss drugs for workers, major retailers are gearing up to grow their business. Costco and Walmart plan to market the medications in hopes that customers will shop around while they wait. Millions of Americans escaped the summer heat this weekend by heading to cool, dark movie theaters. Many came to see Spider-Man: Brand New Day. It raked in a massive $355 million in domestic box office from Thursday to Sunday. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And stock futures are pointing up. We've got Dow futures up of 418 points. That's the latest news. Your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of trouble spots now in Rivergate on 65 southbound at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. That's exit 95. There's a crash that takes out the left lane. In Smyrna on the eastbound lanes of 24, right before Almaville Road, you've got a crash that takes out two left lanes. Smyrna 24 West in that same area this morning. The crash on the left shoulder there is blocked off. Looks like a lot of people are watching what's happening on the other side. And of course, you've got a bunch of school systems heading back to school today. So be advised, you may see some extra school buses and a lot of slowing down on the roads. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.608 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Real quickly, Joan,
Yes.
So I heard a really compelling story from Karen Waugh.
Yes.
On your newscast there. Do you think that when she turns in a story that is not so compelling, the editor says, wah, wah?
Oh, my gosh, Dan.
Anyway. So, you know what's funny? So I asked that were guys on MySpace and Heather in the super text chat.
Yeah.
She was mocking me for that question. I had no idea. Sometimes things are just a chick thing. So she says, you always make me laugh, apparently with my stupidity. So I said, oh, just wait till you hear the joke that I've got for Joan. In just a second. Karen, wah, wah.
I got the whole wah, wah. Yeah.
So you want to play the thing again there, Sam? Because the whole thing just kind of, worked there. Yeah. Okay, good. Got some election news. So have you been paying attention to the whole thing with Andy Ogles and Charlie Hatcher?
Yeah.
All right. So real quick, if you don't know, and I'm gonna get into all of this here as we move through this segment, but for a lot of folks, they've assumed that Andy Ogles was safe in the 5th Congressional District. Well, apparently not, according to some new polling. But you've got to take the polling with a grain of salt. I think there might be some primary hijinks and shenanigans going on in the 5th.
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna talk about that coming up. But one of the things, I don't know, have you guys been bombarded with?
I saw this post on your Facebook page.
I saw yours too. Yeah.
With text messages.
No, I have a spam filter.
So you got to teach me how to use the spam filter, man. And so one of the things that I asked is, if the powers that be wanted to encourage early voting, they would pull you off their spam lists after you voted. Because, I'm getting hammered with text messages and phone calls and, mailers into my mailbox. Can I ask this question, Sam and Joan? Have either one of you, do you actually read the mailers when they come into your mailbox?
No.
No.
Okay. Mm-mm. Do you know what I would be curious about? Hey, let's open the phone lines real quick. I know, Sam, I'm sorry, but I want to open the phone lines. I don't want to know who you're voting for. I want to know you as a consumer of news and politics and all that. How do you decide who you're going to vote for? Like, do you listen to talk radio? Do you do your own research? Do you actually look at the mailers? Do you, participate in the text messages? The phone lines are open, 615-737-9986. How are you convinced as to who you're going to vote for? I'm genuinely curious. And I haven't really thought this out. It might end up in disaster. 615-737-9986. I'm going to be honest. I have not read one mailer that has come to my house, and I've received, dozens of mailers. They keep coming. It's like they're never ending. Sam and Joan, real quick, because hopefully people will call on this because I would like them to. But, Joan and Sam, do you actually read the mailers? How do you decide who you're going to vote for? And without mentioning both of you are voting for Monty Fritz, we all know that. But how do you decide that? Do you listen to long-form interviews like we do here on WTN?
I love the long-form interviews. I think that speaks volumes. Now, we didn't really have to know a whole lot about, we didn't have to do any extra digging for Marcia because she speaks all the time. So you know what she's doing for the state of Tennessee. And her record's very present. John Rose, I didn't know who he was. I also didn't know who Monty Fritz was.
Right.
So it was actually upon meeting John Rose here, because he came in for the interview, and meeting Monty Fritz. Yeah. And that helped me to decide.
And I do believe that long form interviews,
absolutely,
like we do here on WTN, I think that they do give candidates the opportunity to speak unfiltered.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of why it's so important. Candidates need to be able to speak unfiltered, as opposed to, when they are interviewed by local television, they're going to edit their sound bites into, 25, 30, 45-second bites, and they are put in the context that the television station wants.
Right. And also commercials do the same thing. So you're getting the message that they want you to take away from it. I noticed that John Rose now has a commercial out that, it leads with his faith. That's what Monty Fritz has done from the beginning. So he's obviously seeing an opening there to, people want to hear about your faith.
Right.
So now John Rose is, switching to that. So you get, I think the long form interviews help people to ferret out the things that are noise and drill into what they really want to know about.
And debates, which we didn't have.
Yes, we didn't have.
And that was on both John Rose and Marsha Blackburn. Marsha Blackburn was first, and then John Rose said, well, I'm not going to debate if Marsha Blackburn's not going to debate, leaving Monty Fritz as the only person that was willing to debate. Channel 5 ran a story about all the this money from shadowy outside groups spending money in our Tennessee elections. This is audio only. This is part of that ad, part of that report from Channel 5.
Most voters are getting this barrage of TV ads that do not tell the whole story.
President Trump knows who's a real conservative fighter.
She's a fighter, a true fighter.
This ad wants to convince you that Marsha Blackburn is a MAGA Republican's dream, while this one,
Rose's record shows he'll betray Tennessee,
wants you to believe that John Rose is a traitor.
Or Rose. Now, he used that example of the ad that Club for Growth has been running to support the senator's run. What's funny, though, is that they call these groups shadowy, and a lot of these groups, they're really not. I mean, Club for Growth paid for a lot of the pro-Blackburn ads, and everybody knows if you are politically inclined, you know who Club for Growth is. That's number one. But number two, it's a Google away.
So far, the Tennessee Freedom Fund has reported spending $2.4 million on the governor's race. Who in the heck is the Tennessee Freedom Fund?
The Tennessee Freedom Fund is funded largely by donors that are associated with the Club for Growth, which is a group that has supported Marsha Blackburn previously and has endorsed her in this race.
But what the ads don't tell you is that the Tennessee Freedom Fund wants to privatize public schools through school vouchers.
Yeah, and with Rose and also Monty Fritz, they have not been so hot on the vouchers. Marsha Blackburn has been all in, so it makes sense that this Club for Growth would be running these essentially pro-Blackburn ads. So they're focused on Rose because I think that they see him as the only viable candidate against Blackburn at this point. I'm just telling you my take on the situation. That's why they're not going after Monty Fritz. Everybody likes to scream about these groups, these dark, shadowy groups, but it's all legal.
These are the kind of things that are brought up for Republican primary voting specifically, but don't necessarily reveal to a person who's watching it, hey, this group cares about school choice or vouchers.
So it doesn't take a rocket surgeon or a brain scientist to see that if the ad is paid for by Club for Growth, a quick Google search is going to tell you, an AI search maybe, will tell you what those groups stand for. The one that I found abhorrent, and I'm not going to go down that road again, but the one that I found abhorrent was the Van Hillary ad against Johnny Garrett, which I thought was so incredibly bad that it was comical. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about this, but mainly I want to take your calls, 615-737-9986. Got full phone lines right now, but I want to know what kind of campaign marketing has worked on you. It is 6:15-ish. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather for today, it looks like we are going to have mostly cloudy skies and a high of 85. Let's say hello to Michael in Thompson Station on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, Michael, go ahead.
Good morning, Dan. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Yeah, I get up at 5 o'clock just to listen to you.
God, the pressure's on to make that 5 o'clock hour good.
Yeah, but anyway, I get most of my political stuff from y'all, man. You know, I listen to WTN every day. You know, they should have done some debates, and that would have been great. But Marsha Blackburn, I don't know what's wrong with her. But anyway.
Well, Michael, I appreciate it. So
I don't read the flyers at all. I get bukus of them, and I just throw them away. as soon as I get them.
See, that's me too. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Somewhere there's like the people, the candidates that have been spending all this money on the flyers and the mailers are like, we knew that was a waste of our money. Sam, real quick, yes or no? Because I got a lot of people that want to chime in, but yes or no on the flyers. Do you read the flyers?
No, not at all. It's kindling for my fire pit.
There you go. Rick is in Portland on WTN. Hey, Rick, go ahead.
Hey, Dan, good to hear you. I had literally had to change my phone number because I had donated to a lot of candidates in the GOP, whatever, Republican, and you have to give your phone number, to make in the donation, and I guess they sell that number, and I was getting like 30 to 40 texts a day. Texts a day, and I couldn't, this was reserved for my family, friends, and work, not for the whole, every member of Congress, and it was very frustrating, and then my mailbox sometimes be just stuffed, and I couldn't read all of it. I've got a box probably 30 pounds of mail I haven't gone through yet.
Wow.
But, yeah, and I just don't understand why the GOP, why they don't get some more of a centralized thing. And the thing that real frustrated me, sometime I thought I was giving to Trump, and all of a sudden it was just somebody using Trump's name to get money out of me. And so I've kind of held off on giving right now. But,
it is interesting. I've donated to Trump. I don't know if I've ever mentioned that. I rarely talk about that stuff, but I have given actually to Trump, I think at least once. Well, I know I have at least once, maybe a couple of times. So, Rick, what has worked on you real quick? What has worked on you as far as political ads go? Has it been TV commercials? Has it been long-form discussions on WTN and the radio, for example? What works for you?
Something that's simple, straightforward, and that's something that's not in a big envelope. I don't like them sending me money, $1 to try to guilt me into giving. I just like something straight and forward, basic. It is who I am. Make it short, make it sweet, so I can look at it. But if it comes in a manila envelope with, it feels like an encyclopedia inside of it, I'm not going to read it.
Well, Rick, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much. I didn't know. So Rick said candidates send $1. I didn't quite get what he was going with that. Has anybody ever sent you money, Joan?
Never.
If anybody wants to send me any money, put a couple of zeros at the back end of that one, and I'll be happy to accept it. I'm kidding.
I can't believe you just said it on the air like that.
I can't believe you did that, Mandis. Let's see this. MC in Hickman County? Is that MC? Okay, hey MC, go ahead.
That's correct. I'm in the Bon Aqua Lyles area, and I get a lot of mailers, which I throw away because I'm blind. And I listen to WTN from your show until the end of Murphy's, and then I listen to baseball. That's my thing. But I also listen to people at the weed dispensary in Metropolis, and we're all against Marcia.
Well, I understand why. Okay, but you must be against Rose, too, because he is against the weed as well.
Well, we weren't supposed to tell who we're endorsing, but yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah. All right, well, very
anyway,
good.
I listen, I've been voting since 79, and I'm disappointed that we don't have as much information as we used to, but I'm appreciative to WTN.
Well, MC, so are you like you're totally blind?
Absolutely, 100%.
So were you born that way, or?
Oh, no. I got that way back in 23. I served my country, and
okay.
I don't make a big deal of that, but I like what y'all do, and I'll tell you this. I wish Martha Reeves hadn't sung the anthem because she was one of the greats.
She was one of the greats.
She's 85 now.
Yeah.
Just ask Bill Medley how great she was.
Hey, MC, you listen to play-by-play on the radio. Do you have a favorite play-by-play guy?
Well, I just mostly listen to Ben Ingram now for the Braves, but I could go way back in the day. But
the best, MC, the best ever was Vin Scully. Would you agree or no?
No, I'd say Jack Buck was, but you can have your opinion.
All right, very good,
brother.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
MC. See you later. All right, very good. This is Jennifer, real quick, Nashville. Hey, Jennifer, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Dan. The way that I choose my candidate is first I pray, and I'm like, okay, God, who's going to best represent you? Then I gather all the information. Generally, what's helped me the most this go-round is the interviews on WTN, but I'll also research and find out who is funding the person, because if their funding is coming from something I don't agree with, no matter how good their interview is, they're out,
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. So how do you deem like bad funding versus good funding? Like you just research the group and what they stand for?
Exactly. Like,
Okay.
I feel like Martha is funded by Big Pharma, and I'm not for Big Pharma.
Right.
So,
And listen, Jennifer, that's fair. She does get funding from Big Pharma. She does.
Right. So that's how I go about it.
Love it. Jennifer, you sound educated and well-informed, and I appreciate the call. Tony is calling from Montreal, Canada. Hey, Tony, how are you?
How are you?
I'm good, man. Thanks for calling in. Go ahead, sir.
Dan, I love listening to you since you took over a couple of times for McGraw on America at Night. And
Thank you,
I
man.
listen to you early in the morning because I like the fact that you get up early and you're on the air. To answer your question, I'm a person that listens to policy or seeks out policy. I listen to a lot of radio stations in the U.S. I lived in New England. I used to read the Globe, Boston Globe, and Wall Street Journal and New York Times. And at the time when I was reading the New York Times in Waterville, Maine, a lot of people in New England's like, why do you want to read that trash? The bottom line is they're both liberal newspapers, and I was consuming as much. The good thing in college is you can read 200 newspapers in a newspaper room from London, England, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But I tend to agree with a lot of your callers. Anything that's mailed to my door pretty much ends up in recycle. And I truly listen to you guys on the radio. I like listening to you, Howie Carr, and McGraw. And I don't necessarily care about your political point of view. The more, the merrier. If you're right wing, left wing, if you're in the middle, I'm interested. Obviously, I'm a conservative, and I've always said that.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things I like about what you said today, you like X. I wake up every morning around 4:30, 4:45. I go to my account and see how many people have DM'd me or said something to me. And I was surprised because I posted something on Cunningham, the young lady. I believe she plays in Denver. What a great basketball player. And she just basically said, men have no business in women's sports. You think that's a no-brainer, right? That like most people would say. Exactly right. Like you said, the average speed in baseball for women is about 80 to 85, and men it's up like 95, 94 up to 102. And I hear that some guys are pitching even higher than 102.
Well, and actually, Tony, I'll say this: she plays for Indiana, but for baseball, the average female fastball is actually like about 72 to 75. They can reach up as high as 80. But the average is like between 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. The men's average is between like 94 and 96. Do you know what? Maybe what we need, Tony, thank you for the call and the kind words. I'm already running late, but you're always worth running late for. But you know what's interesting? Maybe that's what we need, Joan and Sam. Maybe we need a fastball pitching man to put on a dress and try out for the women's Major League Baseball.
There's already a guy that does skits on that. He dresses up in a wig and a skirt and is throwing 90 miles an hour from the mound for just for like Facebook Reels.
Yeah.
So that guy needs to be the first one up.
There you go. All right, got to go. It is 6:26. Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, a Sumner County man is in jail for doing the same thing 2 times in one day. I've got that story for you coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Now, this dude's mugshot, by the way,
yeah,
it tracks.
Yeah.
All right, got to go. It's 6:26 WTN. Dan Metis here of Mark Spain Real Estate. If you are stuck in a home that you can't sell, call my friends at Mark Spain. If your open houses are being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making costly repairs while your house goes unsold, call Mark Spain. Their guaranteed offer does indeed keep you in control. You are going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients and is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. 13,000 5-star reviews cannot be wrong. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. So call them right now and get out of your home fast and move on to the next chapter in your life. That's 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD for Mark Spain Real Estate. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. 618 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quick. Now, you need the Generator Supercenter. You've seen the horror stories. Maybe many of you have experienced the horror stories of power being out for days or weeks at a time. The Generator Supercenter, they provide backup home standby generators at a terrific price and outstanding customer service. As a matter of fact, go to their website right now, find out how you can save $500. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com, and see how you can get started. Now, at the Generator Supercenter, they feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers, electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So the power goes out in your neighborhood, you've got a backup power generator so your power goes right back on. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Don't forget to check out their website, Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com, and see how you can save $500.
Good morning. It's now 6:32. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And President Trump saying that he called off a weekend attack against Iran at the request of Gulf allies, claiming again that a deal there is imminent. The president adding the negotiations between the parties are set to commence today. Now, speaking to reporters last night on Air Force One.
They said, please don't do it. And their neighbors said that too. And so we're just going to see whether or not we can make a deal.
Hard to hear there. The Daily said would keep the Strait of Hormuz open and lead to the denuclearization of Iran. Well, there's no indication that an Ohio congressman is going to bow out to calls to resign over allegations of domestic abuse. Ohio's U.S. Senator Bernie Moreno saying that his former son-in-law, Congressman Max Miller, quote, should not serve in the House. Congressman Miller is denying the allegations that he physically abused his former wife and their 2-year-old daughter. ABC's Alex Presha reports that Miller also vows to remain in the race and win in November.
Senator Moreno posting, if there are any basic standards of character required to hold elected office, Max Miller fails them. I believe Max Miller needs to seek professional help. Miller firing back, you know this isn't true, and the only reason you are speaking out now is to hide from your own media circus.
In Sumner County, there's a man sitting in the local jail now after being arrested twice in one day for driving under the influence. 65-year-old Davis Fike was initially arrested at a state park after a reported hit and run. This happened in Gallatin. He was booked into jail and then released, and hours later, he was back at the very same park. He reportedly drove off the road and into a campground. The sheriff's office said that there were beer cans spilling from the vehicle when they arrested him again. His bond is now set at $125,000. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 634. Dan Mandis here for my friends at the Covered Patio. Warmer weather means you want to spend more time outside. Now, if you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. They've got motorized screens at the Covered Patio, so upgrading your patio is easy. You want to call my friends at the Covered Patio. You want some more sun, you want some shade, they can make it happen. They can help you make your back screened in porch a lot more enjoyable. They've got a lot of outdoor living options. They've got motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures as well. They've got a ton of options with styles for every budget. Now, the Covered Patio is dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the Covered Patio. Reach out to the Covered Patio. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-695-2407. 615-695-2407. Online, thecoveredpatio.com. Dan Mandis here, 635 on Nashville's Morning News, and it's the first day of school for a lot of you parents. Now, that's great news because that means that you've got time to work on you again. Taking walks, maybe a few workouts during the week. Why not a trip to Contours in Cool Springs? Now, they can help you get rid of those love handles that have been bugging you for years. Contours specializes in red light technology. It is all the rage these days, and they have the latest equipment to help you lose that unwanted fat. Now, that means no pain, no downtime, and it does work. So go check out Contours today, and a special price right now of just $99. That's going to get you a belly buster special. The first 10 callers right now get that $99 special. Call it the back to school special. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. First 10 callers right now, you get that belly buster special for just $99. You lose 2 inches across the middle or it's free. 615-236-9960. ContoursLLC.com.
24 East at Almaville Road. You still have that crash. It's in the right shoulder, and traffic is jammed up this morning around that. And also, just keep in mind that Wilson County schools are back in session as of today. Same thing for Bedford and Murray County schools. They're all first day of school today. So careful as you're going out there this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.639 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome back to Nashville's Morning News. So, few people have noticed something, Joan, that I said to MC, the blind guy that called, and he's apparently a dedicated listener to the station in Nashville's Morning News. So apparently, upon the goodbye, I said this.
All right,
very
take
good,
care, brother.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
MC. See you later.
Yep,
I said, see you later to a blind man, Joan.
Dan.
Why do I do that? Do you know what's interesting?
How incredibly distasteful.
Listen. It's a phrase that people use when you're saying goodbye. And you know what? Based on MC's call, he's probably so stoned he had no idea what I even said.
Stoned?
Yeah, because he talked about going up to Metropolis and buying all the weed and stuff.
Yeah.
And can I just say this about MC? And if you missed it, I guess he's completely blind. He's a veteran. Thank you for your service. And he's completely blind. He listens to Nashville's Morning News. Thank you. I've never called before. Maybe he's called other hosts. I've never talked to him before. Love it. But one of the things that's interesting about me, and I don't know how I do this, but I have like an affliction where I say the worst thing at the worst possible time. Like, for example, and I've talked about this before, Amy will back me up on this, where we'll be in a restaurant and there's like a waiter or a waitress and you don't know whether it's a guy or a girl. And I always say, yes, sir, or yes, ma'am.
He texted in.
MC did?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I always say, I'll hear you later. You can say you'll see me later, Dan. It's okay, brother.
I love you, MC. Thank you very much. But we were at the BNA about a couple of years ago now, but Amy and I were having food there, and I still don't know. But a waiter or waitress came up, and I'm just like, I just did not know if it was a man or a woman. I just didn't know. And so it was basically Pat. And so for some reason, in my aged, addled mind, I said, thank you, ma'am. And Amy said, what the hell is wrong with you? How do you know that's a man or a woman? She said, I think that was a man. And I said, I don't know. And we debated over whether or not it was a man or a woman.
Oh, no.
She was so mad. We swore that whatever this person was spit in our food. Because when she walked away, she looked a little forlorn. So clearly, whatever I said was the wrong gender. And I felt bad. But I've done that. Here's the weird thing, though. Are you also
the guy that says, when are you due? To people who aren't pregnant? Like, I'm pretty sure you'd probably have done that too, right?
Probably.
Probably tap him on the belly too.
Tap him on the belly.
That would be Amanda's move. That would absolutely be Amanda's move. Anyway, so yeah, and I've done that many times. So now, and I don't know why I do that. See, that's the weird thing. I'm not a yes ma'am, yes sir kind of guy. Unless there's a question as to what I'm talking to. The gender of the person I'm talking to.
Your subconscious like floats to the surface. It's the most inappropriate times.
It is weird.
I love our listeners. John in Lawrenceburg just reminded us of how you hung up with Gary Sinise.
You guys weren't here at that time? With the whole pajama party thing?
Bye, love you.
What did I do?
Apparently you told Gary Sinise, bye, love you.
I did say I love you to Gary. Whatever. I got to move on.
But it's Gary Sinise. It's understandable.
You know what? If I'm going to love another man, it's going to be like my father, my children, and Gary Sinise. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. All right, real quick. I do believe that there are some hijinks and shenanigans that are going on in the 5th Congressional District. So I don't know if you've heard about this, and I don't know if somebody's probably talked about it. It's a couple of days old now. But in the 5th, there is a group going after Andy Ogles, right? The congressman for the 5th Congressional District. So in the primary, there is a group called Invest in Tomorrow. Invest in Tomorrow has spent apparently a total of $2 million trying to primary Andy Ogles. And so they're supporting, you guys remember Charlie Hatcher? Joan, you remember Charlie Hatcher? He is the guy from Hatcher Farms.
Yeah.
Love him. He brought us like chocolate milk. And so I love him. Good guy. So he is primarying, trying to challenge Andy Ogles in the primary. So this group, according to Axios, has spent like a couple $1 million either against Andy Ogles or supporting Charlie Hatcher. So you go and you do a little research, and this group is for clean and renewable energy. I'm air quoting this. Clean and renewable energy. Now, they say that they are infusing so much money because Andy Ogles votes against clean and renewable energy legislation. But it just sounds really, I don't know, vague. And so do you know what I'm wondering? And this group, by the way, also says that the race between Ogles and Hatcher is tightening. Ogles has received the endorsement of Donald Trump and Turning Point USA, right? But one thing to realize is that, remember, Charlie Hatcher is a farmer, and you've got the newly redrawn 5th. There's a lot of farmers out there. Farmers, Donald Trump is very popular with the farmers. However, Donald Trump has done a couple of things to upset the farmers, including allowing beef to come in from other countries. That has really angered farmers. I don't know if the farmers would vote against Andy Ogles and that Trump endorsement, but that's what people are saying. So one of the things that I wonder is happening. Well, I think I know what's up. I'm going to talk about that coming up next. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. .646, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather for today, mostly cloudy and a high of 85. Congratulations, parents. You made it through another summer. For a lot of you, it's time to go back to school. So we do have a first day of school. Wilson County, Bedford County, Murray County. So if you're in one of those counties, and it's like staggered. So I think Davidson County, they go back in a few days, whatever it is. So here's what I think is going on in the 5th. And I don't know this for a fact, but do you know what sometimes happens? What sometimes happens is Democrats, as they try to flip congressional districts, they will meddle in some of these primary races. So, for example, and I don't know if this is true, but I'm just using it as an example. So the Democrats are hoping to flip the 5th, right? It's one of those seats that they've pinpointed and focused on to try and gain this seat, flip this seat, and get it from the Republicans. I would not put it past the Democrats or this group, Invest in Tomorrow, to be engaged in what I would call primary meddling. Trying to pick their opponent is another way to say it. In other words, we don't know a lot about this group, but I wonder if maybe what they're trying to do is throw a boatload of money at Hatcher because they believe that their candidate, the Democrats' candidate, would have an easier time beating Hatcher than Andy Ogles. You know what I mean? So they call it picking your opponent. So, let's throw a bunch of money at Charlie Hatcher because we feel like our Democrat opponent could beat him easier than Congressman Ogles, a sitting congressman who is very conservative. And I have no idea, but I mean, they're throwing $2 million in this invest in tomorrow a renewable energy company that nobody's really heard of. They did one other race. Chip Roy out of Texas was running to be the Texas Attorney General, if I'm not mistaken, and they invested against Chip Roy, and Chip Roy ended up losing. So, they're putting, and by the way, Charlie Hatcher has nothing to do with this. So don't, if you don't like what's happening, don't hold it against Charlie. You vote your conscience, and if you're in the 5th, and you vote for whoever you want. But I just find the whole thing interesting. So this race in the 5th is going to be one to watch. They are saying, this organization is saying that they have some polling that shows that Hatcher and Ogles, they are now incredibly close. I don't know if that's true because the polling comes from this Invest In tomorrow. So I don't know. Joan, you ever heard of that whole picking your opponent thing where Democrats will invest in and donate to the guy they think will be easier to beat in the general?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that's what's going on in the 5th. I'm just asking a question. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I do know that Andy is very conservative. He's also very controversial.
He is that.
He's done some things that I've disagreed with. Wanted to put, when he give Donald Trump a third term, right, like before he even really started, if I'm not mistaken, among other things, wanting to put his, Trump up on Mount Rushmore, all of those things, whatever. So I just feel like Andy is, for some people, not their cup of tea. I personally like a lot of the legislative things that Andy Ogles has done. So I also like Charlie Hatcher, but, clearly Andy Ogles has the endorsement of Donald Trump. And President Trump has even said that at one point, I don't remember what forum it was, but, Donald Trump has really talked up Andy as one of the best in Tennessee. So I'm really going to watch the race in the 5th because I think it's really interesting. People are also talking about a phrase that I use. What is it they're obsessing over? Joan, the people listening, they're really hyper-focused on the things that I'm saying today, which is great. I mean, I love it. What are they complaining about as well, Sam?
Rocket surgeon and brain scientist.
So earlier I said rocket surgeon and brain scientist. Okay,
that's like a thing, though, right? Did you do it on purpose?
I did it on purpose.
Okay.
I you know what? I like to mess with people a little bit and just see if they're listening. And clearly they are, because whenever I do little things like that, like people, they start jumping on me on the super text line and all of that stuff. I really appreciate people listening. I'd be willing to bet they think that I'm like either in the middle of a stroke or having an aneurysm kind of a thing.
You took the bait, people.
See, they took the bait. That's exactly right, Sam. They took the bait. Anyway, so there you go. It is 6:51 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is the first day of school. How frazzled do you think parents are right now? Because, the first day of school, you have to get the kids out of bed.
Right. You might have to have a uniform ready, have to have the lunches ready to go.
Lunch is ready to go. Got to make sure they, brush their teeth and, take a shower and, get them out of bed. Usually getting them out of bed is like, a victory in and of itself. So traffic, by the way, is going to be a lot heavier. So this morning, give yourself extra time to get out of your neighborhood and all that kind of stuff, and be very careful of school buses, the whole thing. And school bus drivers, we love you.
We love you big time.
Because we know what you're going through, man. We really do. Sometimes in Wilson County, I love Wilson County schools, you never know whether the bus is going to drop the kids off or if you have to go pick them up at the end of the day.
Really?
That's a thing for Wilson. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You mean like they don't have enough bus drivers?
They don't have enough bus drivers.
Whoa.
I don't know what they do. Like if you're, well, I mean, I'm lucky. We're lucky because Amy, so I get off at 9, right? So, and even though I do other things during the day to make money, but with Amy, it's like I can go and I can pick up the youngling if I need to. And Amy works from home, so she can go, pick him up too if she needs to. So, but I don't know, like if you're a single, this is what I wonder. If you're a single parent and you get that text that, okay, so we don't have a driver or whatever it is, we're not going to be able to, drop your kids off at home. What do you do if you work in Nashville and you work a 9 to 5 and you're getting a text from the school that says that you can't pick up your kids? Or you're like the bus driver can't drop them off, so you need to go pick them up. Like, what do you do? I guess the school probably has an after school thing. That's the only thing I can think of.
In my experience, you make friends with other parents and families and you carpool.
Yeah, maybe you do. Maybe that's what you have to do. It's really rough though. I feel for the single parents who or just, both working parents and they work outside of the house. What do? You call
homeschool, honestly.
Yeah, you can homeschool. I remember finally I met the guy, he was I was in some store somewhere and the guy who was in charge had something to do with Wilson County buses. And he was very excited. He was telling me he was very excited that they had finally been able to fill all of their bus driver positions. But it takes a lot because it is not easy being a bus driver. Like, we ought to do a Real American Hero. Remember when they used to do the Real American Heroes, right? And they would do kind of quirky, tongue-in-cheek. Somebody had to do that for bus drivers. Because bus drivers, man, they got to put up with a lot. So again, bus drivers, thank you for what you do. It is 6:54. Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, we have another teenager rescuer to tell you about. But this time, the rescue involves a lasso. I'll explain coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986. Hey, Sam and Joan.
Yeah.
What is a pirate's favorite school subject? Art class.
Okay.
Where do pencils go on vacation?
Where?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, there you go.
What is Harry Potter's favorite school subject? Is it defense against the dark arts? No, it's spelling.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Spelling. Oh, spell. Casting spells. Dan, you and I are so like.
Yeah, I know. You know what? More Wally's Bean Machine coffee.
I'll do you one more. Why was the computer late for school?
Why?
It had a hard drive.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Well done, Sam. All right, very good. Thank you. 7 o'clock, WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We've got your forecast and traffic coming up in 5. The big story of the weekend in Nashville, that crash involving an 87-year-old driver who ran a red light and struck 4 pedestrians on Lower Broadway, killing one of them. Here's WSMV4's Jordan James.
Authorities say an 87-year-old driver ran a red light at the intersection of Broadway and 4th Avenue and struck 4 pedestrians, killing one of them while the other 3 remain hospitalized. Faith Colafrancesco works along Broadway.
It's just like scary, and just like knowing how many times we cross the road every single day going to work right here, and that could have been any of us, and just seeing it happen right in front of our eyes, like it's just a wake-up call, like how much we don't pay attention, how fast like it can change.
In addition to the pedestrians, the driver and his wife were injured.
Yeah, the man who died is identified as a 58-year-old Timothy Wedlock of Australia. Another victim is from Jacksonville, Florida. He was in critical condition and had undergone surgery. A third from Knoxville. She was in serious but non-critical condition. The fourth victim, a woman from Parsons, Tennessee. She was in critical but stable condition at Vanderbilt. Other news of the day, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has issued a formal order that is expected to pave the way to his confirmation for Attorney General.
The so-called anti-weaponization fund appears to be dead. On Sunday night, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche posted 2 orders, one formally rescinding the fund, the other clarifying the scope of immunity from IRS audits for the Trump family. Both were sticking points for 2 Republican senators withholding support for Blanche to get the AG job permanently. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Officials are scrambling to safeguard the nation's water supplies from what appears to be Iran's quiet escalation of that war.
The hackers change passwords, leaving the utilities blind, or they disable alarms, allowing wastewater systems to enter unsafe conditions undetected. And this is exactly what intelligence officials feared would happen from the moment the U.S. began its buildup of forces in the Gulf. Now the FBI is urging utilities to disconnect from the internet or revert to manual controls if automated systems are compromised.
That's ABC News' Aaron Katursky. And out of Montana, a story of a 14-year-old who rescued a drowning man from the Yellowstone River using only his lasso. Here's how it sounded on Fox News early this morning. Excuse the music in the background.
14-year-old Jory Thomas was camping with his family when he heard someone crying for help near the river. And Thomas immediately jumped in to help, telling local outlets, quote, God was basically putting me in the place of all of this. God was just telling me all of this at the time and saying, go get him. You got it, and I believe in you.
Yeah, that kid pulled the man out of the river, called for help. The team was later honored by the local sheriff's office. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Futures are all pointing up. In fact, the Dow is up 547 at the moment, and oil is trading down. Brent crude oil at 83.14 a barrel. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So we have a problem this morning along 24, the westbound lanes, very slow. It's really not a problem. It's the normal volume delays. Now, you also have some delays on 65 south heading into the Hendersonville area. That, again, is some normal volume delays. 40 is looking okay. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on in to a Monday, August 3rd. I was listening to Joan's stellar newscast as always, and I heard about Iran hacking into the water municipalities of 7 states total. I know that Minnesota was one. By the way, this surprises no one.
Exactly.
So what are the other states?
So it's funny. NBC says at least 7 other states, but they don't say what the other states are.
Well done, NBC.
Yeah.
Boy. Well, Minnesota was the big one. It was kind of funny because go ahead.
Yeah.
Wisconsin?
Yeah.
You have part of the discussion has to be the fact that, okay, so the water supply now, what about the power grid?
Yep.
See, that's my big worry is what about the power grid? And when this whole thing started, that was one of my big worries because Iran and North Korea, some of these other nations, certainly China, they're really good at being able to hack into either it's our municipalities and they're doing the water systems. The hacking is happening somewhere, and obviously, okay, Georgia. Here, I found it.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
You got Georgia, Michigan, Minnesota, or at least 3 that we see. Donald Trump, by the way, said the reason why Minnesota's having water problems is because Minnesota is incompetent, not because of Iran. But he doesn't say anything about Michigan or Georgia. That's the question. Like, we've been talking about the vulnerability of our power grid for years and years and years and years. So this is obviously something that is worrisome. It is a problem. And I guess I'll see if I can get like a power grid guy on, somebody that, well, heck.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah, get a power grid guy on. I think I know a guy who knows a guy, and they could talk about how vulnerable our power grid is. Although, to be honest with you, I don't think you want to know how vulnerable our power grid is. So
I think you're right.
Yeah, you want to lose some sleep? Listen to that interview because it is pretty scary. So, but we'll do that. And, listen, again, whether we're talking about the power grid, water supply, we know that businesses can be hacked and have been getting hacked for, quite some time by hackers, generally speaking, and being held up for, ransom and so forth. So this is a big problem and it's going to continue. By the way, all is quiet for now, from what I understand. One of the things that I found interesting as far as the war in Iran, I've got some video and some audio, Sam, if I could. I've got this titled, Is CENTCOM or Central Command, Are They Getting Desperate? This is an exclusive story from CNN. They say that CENTCOM has sent out a kind of a mass email, if you will, saying this, asking basically for brainstorming ideas on how they can get Iran back to the table. So here's the story. CENTCOM sends out this email to a bunch of staffers saying, we need ideas. We are looking for new, creative, and unconventional ways to pressure and punish Iran. An officer in U.S. Central Command's intelligence branch wrote in a message sent Wednesday last week to a broad group of military analysts, according to a source familiar with the message. A second source also said that a senior U.S. military officer sent the message last week soliciting new ideas for how to deal with Iran. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, But if it is true, I mean, I think that's indicative of the problems that we face. Because it seems like we've done all we know how to do, right? I mean, we're 5 months into this thing now, and we've dropped all the bombs that we can drop on these people. I mean, no, we haven't nuked them, obviously, and I don't believe that we should nuke them. But, I mean, we've tried to hit them from a financial standpoint. We've tried to destroy their economy. We basically have. They have withstood all of that bombing that we have done over the past 5 months. And for whatever reason, we can't get the Strait of Hormuz back open, which is why, as many of you driving your kids to school this morning, more gasoline in the car is going to be required, and gas prices are still far higher than they were before the war started. Donald Trump, of course, when we last spoke on Friday, he was all about, bombing Iran. It's going to be, and stop me when you've heard this before, yet another indication where Donald Trump is talking about, bombing Iran. It's going to be the worst bombing since World War II. That implication, of course, is that he could go nuclear. Then the president decided to hold back because he said that our allies in the Middle East told him to pump the brakes.
Asked by Saudi Arabia, by UAE, by Qatar, and by Iran. We were all set to go just about at this time right now, and it would have been a massive attack. We were all set to go, but when the allies ask to call it off, you got to sort of say, well, let's see. And the reason they asked is I think there's a deal. There's a deal on Hormuz, and then there will be a deal on the nuclear, or you might call it the denuclearization of Iran. I call it the denuclearization of Iran. So we're holding it. We'll just see. We can do it anytime we want. But we're asked by the three primary groups. We're also asked by Iran, very strongly, actually. They said, we'd like to make a deal. Now, I don't know what they say, because a lot of times they'll say that to me, and then they'll go out and say, we don't know what he's talking about. Obviously, they don't want to be attacked. And they knew the extent of the attack because they saw it forming.
All right, so that is President Trump talking about, what is next. He did say, in case you missed it, the airplane noise was awful, but he was asked by Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Iran to hold back on the bombing. Our allies don't want Donald Trump. There's a few things going on. Our allies don't want President Trump to attack, because then Iran will respond by attacking them. So that's part of the dynamic. We did see over the weekend and on Friday that Donald Trump was going to carry out this massive attack like we haven't seen since World War II. You know how he does. He talks it up. So by Saturday night, the president had basically said that there was progress that was made in talks with Iran, and that they have just decided now that we are going to hold back. And now the talks apparently are going to begin this afternoon. One of the things that I noticed in President Trump as he was answering reporters' questions on board Air Force One was that he actually sounds, I think the right way to say this, he sounds a little reflective of the whole thing. It's missing the usual bombastic nature of his comments.
No, we'll just see how it is. We're ready to go anytime we want. Would I rather make a deal? I'm not looking to kill people, because people die. A lot of people die, and we don't want that. So they asked us, Iran specifically, but the other three said I asked Saudi Arabia, the king, I said, the crown prince, I said, what would you rather do? Would you rather have us do this or not? They said, we would much prefer a deal as opposed to an attack, because you don't know where these attacks lead. I mean, will they be flooded with people pouring into their country and disaster? A lot of bad things can happen.
I mean, the president is right. A lot of bad things could happen. Iran doesn't care about bad things, though. That's part of the discussion. Is Iran, as I've said it 1,000 times, they don't care about life or death. They care more about death than life. They care about their virgins on the afterlife, and they don't care about their people. And that's the bottom line. And so it wouldn't surprise me that CENTCOM is asking for new and fresh ideas, because everything that we know to do, we've done. And they still have the Strait of Hormuz closed. And so, as part of this deal and this, I don't know, it's deja vu all over again. But okay, so we're going to negotiate a deal with Iran where the Strait of Hormuz is open. Okay. It was open before the war. So we're basically negotiating back to square one. Then why did we drop all those bombs and, lose those, members of the military, those heroes? So it's just, not to belabor the point, but it's not going well. And I think we know that. We've seen a ton of stories about how we are bombing all of these sites with all of this firepower. Iran simply is not budging. So there's a number of things at play here. Are we running out of weapons and ammunition? That could be part of the discussion as well. Time to check the roads real quick on WTN.
For the most part, things are looking good this morning. No problems on 40 or 65. No unusual delays on 24 or 440. 840 running accident-free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather goes, today it looks like it's going to be partly cloudy and a high of 85. Let's say mostly cloudy and a high of 85. I appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People are calling. Do you know Jennifer Griffin, Joan? Are you familiar in all your times in Washington, D.C., Jennifer Griffin?
Oh, I know of her. Yeah.
I think she's a pretty good reporter.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So she is now being called the traitor.
Well, okay. She's had her moments. I mean, she's had her serious moments. But why now?
So people are saying that she is a traitor because she is reporting that there are people inside the Pentagon, inside the Trump administration, who are saying that, yes, the United States is running out of firepower. This is what she said.
Well, the Pentagon is confronting a growing reality after months of fighting in Iran. America's stockpile of missile defense interceptors is shrinking so much that military planners are weighing whether they can continue the current cycle of limited retaliatory strikes. The Center for Strategic and International Studies, using open source budget numbers, estimates U.S. Patriot interceptor inventories have fallen from roughly 2,300 pre-war to fewer than 827, while THAAD interceptors have dropped from 452 to fewer than 278. CSIS warns rebuilding those stockpiles could take 3 years or more.
So here's the question, because I do think it's an interesting question. So and let's do a Daily Dan poll, because I want to work this out. I want to hash this out in my mind, right? So I want to do a Daily Dan poll. Is Jennifer Griffin a traitor for announcing on Fox News that the Pentagon is saying that they are running out of bombs and ammunition and all that very quickly? So on the one hand, she's reporting the news. And shouldn't the American people know what is going on with this war? We are the ones that have to, number one, react to it. Our citizens, maybe our sons and daughters, husbands and wives, moms and dads are going to this war, right? So the American people are part of this war. That's number one. Do we have a right to know? But from the Jennifer Griffin on Fox News is a traitor route. She's basically telling Iran, stick it out. We're almost out of bombs and we'll stop bombing you. She's giving hope to the enemy. I think that's the way that you could say it. She's giving hope to the enemy. She's tipping the enemy off that, hold tight, we're running out of ammo very quickly. So I see where people are going. Do the people of America have a right to know that we are running out of bombs and ammunition and all these kinds of things? Do the American people have a right to know over essentially national security? Because we're letting Iran know how dire of a situation it is, perhaps, inside the Pentagon. So I don't know. Now, there might be some good that comes out of all of this. You know what the good could be? That we find a better way to get all of this oil out of the Middle East other than the Strait of Hormuz. Because if Iran, certainly they now know how to keep the Strait of Hormuz blocked. Clearly, they know how to keep the Strait of Hormuz blocked. So, because we can't figure out a way to get it back open. So now they're talking about, pipelines and that kind of thing. I love that. And in my opinion, that is what we need to do.
They'll just blow the pipelines up.
That's part of the problem. Thank you, Sam. They'll just blow the pipelines up. Russia could do it. China could do it as well.
It just takes a couple of drones.
It just takes a couple of drones. And how do you protect a pipeline? But they are talking about this. There must be a way. Like, they're talking about having these pipelines. So there's got to be a way. I guess what I would say is they're talking about the pipelines. So our answer as layman is, well, just build pipelines. And our answer is, well, how easily are they blown up? Because as far as I know, they're pretty darn easy to blow up. We hear about this all the time. But they wouldn't be considering pipelines or talking about pipelines if there was not a way to protect them. So there's got to be a way to protect them. So anyway, but we'll have to see ultimately what happens. They need to figure out a way to bypass Iran. That is one of the biggest things. The other big question is always going to be about ground troops. Do we need to use ground troops to take Karg Island? Right now, that seems to be the biggest question at hand. It is 7:22 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan's got the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, so bring your own shopping bags and this one other item if you want to go shopping at New York City's government-run grocery stores. We'll tell you what that is coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Joan, do you know, I don't know if you were here, but, you know, one of the things that always irritates me is when local weather people, does Stefano do this? Like, I think he does, where he tells people what to wear, like the what to wear forecast.
You know, we used to make fun of him for that.
Oh, does he know we used to make fun of him for that? I mean, I don't anymore, but so
you know what? After we started doing that, because he did it at the same time every day, so I was able to get a clip of him saying that. And after, I think he realized that we were making fun of him. He moved it so that it's in different parts of the day, and I couldn't find it easily anymore. That's why I stopped doing it.
Oh, the power of Nashville's morning news. He stopped the what to wear forecast when we knew that it was there. What do you say to a kid when it's mostly cloudy and a high of 85 today? Is that shorts weather? You know what the problem is? Like, we went clothes shopping for the youngling over the weekend.
Yeah.
Nothing but sweatpants.
Oh, he's
I'm like,
in
dude,
that stage.
No. You know what he says? It's like the building here. He says the school is freezing.
Yeah.
So he's got to wear, he wears heavy sweat outfits, which is kind of the style for kids these days anyway.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we asked the question, the Daily Dan poll, is Jennifer Griffin a traitor because she went on Fox News and reported to the world that we're running out of bombs and missiles? And majority of the folks said
72% say yes, she shouldn't have said it, as opposed to the 28% saying no, we have a right to know.
1123, should we be announcing our weakness or strength to our enemies over live TV? Well, we should be letting them know what our strength is, our weakness. And again, do the people have a right to know? Yes, we do. The problem is that if we have a right to know, then Iran, our enemy, will know. It is 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And President Trump signaling the possible end to the war with Iran, again, is saying that there is a deal that is imminent.
President Trump says negotiations with Iran are picking back up, adding he called off an attack on Iran over the weekend at the request of Gulf allies, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates.
It was going to be an attack that would have been by far the biggest attack since World War II, but they've asked us not to do it.
Over the weekend, Iranian leaders said negotiations with Oman regarding the opening of the Strait of Hormuz are in their final stages, but the strait will not go back to the way it was pre-war. Karen Hua, ABC News, Washington.
There are new details today about the deadly shooting rampage at an In-N-Out burger in Idaho. ABC's Hannah Batamek, that on the man who is being hailed as a hero for opening fire on that suspect.
35-year-old Jordan Salinas tells the Idaho Statesman he had just pulled into the parking lot when he heard gunfire. He says he drew his semi-automatic pistol and saw the suspect lift a rifle to his shoulder and fire toward cars. That's when Salinas began firing. Police say an off-duty policeman at the scene also returned fire. Police say the shooter, identified as 24-year-old Chad Williams, killed 3 people and injured 7 others before taking his own life.
An off-duty police officer also fired on that gunman. And government-run grocery stores are coming to New York City thanks to communist mayor Zohran Mamdani. But in a recent Q&A with the press, a reporter asked him how he would make sure that people who don't live in the city don't take advantage of the cheap groceries. Well, Mamdani handed it over to one of his assistants to answer that question.
We are looking to make sure that we target New Yorkers, whether it be at sort of a library card-esque thing, and also we manage who's buying and that is focused on everyday New Yorkers.
Yeah, she said it pretty quickly there, but she said that they would use a library card-esque thing as in identification.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, a lot of
Holy
viewers noting the
mackerel.
fact that Mamdani doesn't want you to vote with an ID, but he wants you to show up at the grocery store with an ID.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN
By the way,
News.
Joan, real quick. So over the weekend, this went viral. It exploded, the back and forth between Dana Bash
Oh my
and
gosh.
RFK Jr.
This is glorious. I hope you're going to do this.
Oh, I've got it coming
Okay.
up at after the break here at 7:36 or so, because it is absolutely glorious. It is 7:33. The summer heat can wear anybody out, but if you've been feeling drained, even with the AC on, it may not be just the heat. 1 in 4 men from the age of 35 to 50 have got low testosterone and low levels of energy and sex drive and motivation, mood, and a whole lot more. Low T drains your energy and motivation, so you don't have energy for the things you love and might even stop recognizing yourself. So get the answers you need this summer for free. Now at Low T Center, you can book a free testosterone test and get a consultation from licensed providers who specialize in testosterone replacement therapy. Explore a wide range of peptides and even get a jump on that summer body with GLP-1s and medical weight loss protocols. Low T Center has been the #1 name in TRT since 2009 for a reason. So don't spend another day wondering why you don't feel like yourself. Visit fixmylowt.com to schedule your free testosterone test today. That's fixmylowt.com. Dan Mandis for my friends at DT McCall's. And they've been helping people out for over 100 years here in Middle Tennessee with fair prices and outstanding customer service. Now at DT McCall's right now, they've got great deals on all things electronics, appliances, furniture, lawn and garden, and a whole lot more. You know, DT McCall's, they've been saving Middle Tennesseans money for, as I said, over 100 years, 4 generations of treating people right with a focus on savings and customer service. Now, the first thing I do when I realize that I need something is I do go to dtmccalls.com. I check out all the latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if I have to go see it, I'll go to the brick and mortar stores, and they help me out with great customer service. Any questions I have, they are able to answer and answer quickly. So if you need anything for your home, garage, or your backyard, you only need to go to one place, my place. That is DT McCall's. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online at dtmccalls.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
And you are
40 westbound in Lebanon this morning. Watch it. There's a crash at I-840, and it's causing some delay there. Otherwise, the major roadways, pretty normal as you make your way in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, coming up after the news at 8, Joan, I've been looking forward to this all day.
What's that?
Guy named Mike Hotz is coming in. Now, he made news because he talked a guy jumping off of a bridge here in Nashville.
Yeah.
I want to know, what do you say to somebody? Because that's just part of what he does. Crisis negotiation team, that kind of a thing. So I'm fascinated by what this guy has done and what his job description is. And so he's also a veteran. And so he encounters a lot of veterans who are, truly at the end of their rope. And so I'm looking forward to having a conversation with him, a meaningful conversation about what he does. He's going to be in studio. It's going to be after the news at 8 right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, Dana Bash versus RFK Jr. This went viral over the weekend. Of course, Dana Bash on CNN, HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. They're fighting over vaccine hesitancy. On the screen is a graphic that says that U.S. measles cases have now reached a 35-year high. And apparently, parents are not getting their kids vaccinated, or a small portion of parents are not getting their kids vaccinated. And so I do wonder, what was Dana Bash's whole point to all of this? Because it was clear to me that she was not ready for this fight with RFK Jr. I'm going to play the relevant and viral part of this interview so that you can hear the context.
You are the HHS secretary, and you are talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country, and it is something that causes problems for people when there is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
You're repeating
and
it like a parrot. You're repeating it like a parrot. I've actually read the science. Let's come back here and debate the science.
I'm not debating this with you.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not debating.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again.
Yes.
So that is RFK Jr. really going after Dana Bash. You know what led to vaccine hesitancy is the mandates that we faced. It was the lies that we were told. It was the demand that if we did not get the vaccines, then we weren't allowed to work. It was a lie that we were told when Joe Biden and others said that if you got the vaccine, you would not get COVID. It was the sheer hypocrisy of people like Gavin Newsom mandating masks and social distancing and stores closed and people not allowed to socialize while he himself was having an intimate dinner with friends. The hypocrisy was staggering. That's what caused and is causing vaccine hesitancy. Can I ask this question? How many people do you think have actually read RFK Jr.'s books? How many people do you believe even know who RFK Jr. is? In other words, Dana Bash is saying, oh my God, you're causing vaccine hesitancy. Really? You think RFK Jr. is really that all-knowing and all-powerful? I think he's a really smart guy, but I don't think that's the reason, or he's the reason why there's vaccine hesitancy. I don't. There have been 2,318 cases confirmed. That is the highest since 1991 of measles. But you know what? Again, I would have to ask this question. Here's the other part of that equation. Joan, am I off my rocker here?
Not at all.
So migrants and illegal aliens, could they be adding to this epidemic, if that's what you want to call it, of measles now reaching a 35-year high? Because let's all be honest, you've got a lot of illegal aliens and a lot of these migrants that come into this country. And even if, like in Mexico and Honduras and some of these other places where illegal aliens have come in, a lot of these kids are here now and they're not getting their vaccinations because they're, maybe living underground, that kind of a thing. Now, if they're going to our schools, they need to be vaccinated, but there are illegal aliens and people in this country who have not had the proper vaccines. That's just a fact. We have kids in this country who have disappeared. We have kids whose families are not going to get their vaccines because they're afraid that they're going to be deported. There's a lot of things that are going on. And yes, people are skeptical of vaccines for a lot of different reasons. I would say this. I would say that RFK Jr. is probably the least amount of reason why people are vaccine skeptical. I don't think he's a big part of the equation. I think it is all going back to what I just mentioned and what we all experienced. Now, I want to take this on piece by piece.
You are the HHS secretary, and you are talking about things that lead to vaccine hesitancy in this country, and it is something that causes problems for people when there is not anything.
Let me ask you something. Do you see your job as ending vaccine hesitancy, or do you see your job as telling the truth to the American people?
I see my job as telling the truth, and the truth is that there is study after study after study. It's one of the most studied things out there in science.
You're repeating
and it is
like a parrot.
So, this is what I mean. If Dana Bash knew that she was going to go toe-to-toe with RFK Jr., she should have been ready with some facts and not just stammering confusion. You have 2 Danish studies that show that kids who got the vaccine did not get the measles and that the vaccine did not cause autism. Now, you can believe the studies or not. I don't care if you believe them or not. We can also play my study can beat up your study. My point is that Dana Bash should have had that handy. Yeah, RFK Jr., what about the 2 Danish studies? And again, I'm not advocating for the Danish studies. I'm telling you that she should have done her homework instead of just stammering confusion. You also have the global effectiveness study where they monitored hundreds of millions of kids across the world who got the measles vaccine, and there was a drop in the cases of measles as more people got the vaccine. Again, believe the study, don't believe the study, I don't care. I'm telling you, this is what Dana Bash should have had at the ready, because at least you would have had something to say other than stammering and confusion. I mean, all that being said, RFK Jr. literally wrote the book on asking questions about the effectiveness and the impacts of the vaccines, how the studies are conducted, who paid for the studies, how they follow up with patients, accountability at the FDA. It goes on and on and on. We covered all of this during COVID. I mean, RFK Jr., he's got the receipts.
You're repeating it like a parrot. I've actually read the science.
I love, by the way, how Dana Bash says that to RFK Jr., so are you, as in, repeating like a parrot. No, Dana. Like, he's the guy that literally wrote the book on these things, or many books on this stuff. So he's not repeating like a parrot. He is talking about his research and the things that he has discovered as he has been engaged in this conversation for years.
You don't want to come back here and debate this.
I'm not debating this with you.
Of course you won't.
No, because I'm not
all
debating.
All you know how to do is repeat things that people told you and say, trust the experts. That's what you did during COVID. Now we know that Anthony Fauci, who was the expert, was lying about everything, about masks, about social distancing, about natural immunity, about the transmission from the vaccine, about the source of COVID. He was lying, and you were punishing people for not trusting the experts. And now you're rolling out the experts again.
Yes.
So, I mean, listen. Now, I'm going to have to do this, Joan, and I hate to do this, but at least she had RFK Jr. on.
Well, if that's as good as it gets, I think the bar is very low.
Yeah.
She was there, by the way, to excoriate him for his vaccine hesitancy and how it's causing, she says, that the measles outbreak.
Right.
I mean, that's what it's all about.
Well, and it's so dumb because I just gave you many very plausible reasons why fewer parents are getting their kids the measles vaccine.
And it has a lot to do with Dana Bash.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And you're right about the excoriating. She came in there with a vengeance, but she went into a gunfight without any ammunition. That's the point. She started, she had nothing when RFK Jr. started talking about, his evidence. She had nothing. She looked down on her paper. She didn't mention any studies. She didn't mention any research whatsoever. She just said, well, because the experts said. Well, as we found out during COVID, who are the experts? And that's a very valid question. Is Anthony Fauci, do we still consider him an expert? We got to check traffic real quick on WTN.
No problems on 24 or 65. No unusual delays on 440. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as weather goes, mostly cloudy today and a high of 85. So again, I'll ask the question, how many people do you really think read RFK Jr.'s books? I've got one of them. I read it. Well, I tried to read it. It is tedious to say the least. Now, how many of you remember, though, all the things that I mentioned earlier regarding the forced vaccines and the lockdowns, or, seeing the stories of Fauci's lies about many things related to COVID? You've got the efficacy of masks, the efficacy of vaccines, where COVID came from, his insistence of lockdowns, even though he knew the impacts on kids, ignoring things like herd immunity, again, forcing the vaccines. So you've got, people reading RFK's books or their own experiences. That's the thing. I think that if there's any vaccine hesitancy out there, it's because of what people experienced, not RFK's books or the things. How many people watch CNN? Joan, how many people watch? Very few.
Matt Murphy.
Matt Murphy, and I only watch the clips, right? The point I'm making is that very few people watch CNN. So,
Yeah.
And very few people could even name who the HHS secretary is or read RFK Jr.'s books. People are going by their own experiences. By the way, we kept hearing, here's another one. We kept hearing that there aren't any side effects from the vaccines. That was also a lie. We have seen, in no particular order, myocarditis, pericarditis, young adult males with heart issues. Guillain-Barré syndrome, that's a neurological disorder. Blood clots have been an issue as well. My point is, there is plenty to talk about on both sides. We could talk about the Danish studies and the CDC and NIH and all of those studies that are in support of the vaccines. You also have all of the things that we've seen that fly in the face of those studies. So again, we can always play my study can beat up your study, and that's what people are doing. But one thing somebody said to me, Joan and Sam, and I'd be very curious as to know what you think about this, both of you. One thing somebody said to me over the weekend is this. There's a lot to talk about these days, but a lot of people, they don't necessarily want to start revisiting COVID as a talk show, as an experience, as a topic on social media. They just want the whole thing to go away. I completely understand that. As the guy that's got to do the stupid monologues and play the stupid audio, I totally get that. But Joan, what do you think about that? Does it give you flashbacks and a little bit of PTSD talking about all the COVID stuff again?
Yes, it does. And guess what? We need that.
Yep.
We absolutely need it, because if we don't remember what they did to us, we are in danger of allowing them to do it to us again.
That's the whole point, Joan.
No,
Sam?
I completely agree.
Yep.
And it's not just that, but that it should be kind of serve as a constant reminder of what will happen if the Democrats take full power of the United States government ever again. It will be mandated everything.
Well, because remember, who were the freedom seekers? Who were the freedom demanders?
The Republicans.
It was the Republicans. It was the conservative. It was the conservative states. What states carried on with the lockdowns for far too long?
The blue ones.
The blue ones. You had California. You had Illinois. We can talk about the school districts, for one. You could talk about California. You could talk about Illinois. When Brian Wilson went back to Maryland, he talked about how he was shocked at how it was still had all of these closures going on. So, yes, I
was going to say, it comes down to the core tenet of this nation, which is personal liberty.
Yep.
And if I want to take my life in my own hands when it comes to an illness that is widespread and affecting other people, I have the right to do that. The government does not have the right to come in and force me to take an experimental vaccine that I am unsure of, that in hindsight can always be 2020. I'm glad I didn't.
Also remember that the pharmaceutical companies had their own studies that the media was touting, and then it turned out that those studies, they were cooking the numbers.
Well, the pharmaceutical companies that got blanket immunity from any injuries or lifetime illnesses that people receive from it.
That's exactly right. All right, we got to go. 7:53, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan's got the news at 8 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, we'll tell you what happened that led to pedestrians being run down on Lower Broadway this weekend. It's up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Why should you go to Brentwood Jewelry for all your jewelry needs? I'm going to tell you why. Because they are simply the best in Middle Tennessee. As far as jewelry stores, they are top-notch. Brentwood Jewelry. Now, they've got incredible selections of watches for both men and women for any budget, and great selections of Rolexes, both new and used. If pocket knives are your thing, they feature the William Henry collection as well. And if you're getting engaged, they've got everything from wedding bands to semi-mount engagement rings and a whole lot more. And guys, if you're looking for something for that special lady in your life, they feature bracelets and earrings and necklaces and a whole lot more. And again, all at great prices and terrific selection and outstanding customer service. Brentwood Jewelry, exceptional styles, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Online, BrentwoodJewelry.com, brick and mortar store, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, BrentwoodJewelry.com. Dan Mandis here for Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. These folks are among the best HVAC companies in Middle Tennessee. For starters, they specialize in maintenance so that your HVAC lasts longer and you save money in the long run by preventing issues along the way. It's an investment in your home. Now, when you become a member of the Beehive Club, you ensure that you're running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. That's what Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling can offer you. They've been keeping Middle Tennesseans cool and comfortable since 2012 with timely service and budget-friendly options. So if you need repairs or maybe a new install, Busy Bee is the HVAC company for you. I've been a customer for over a decade. They've both repaired my older units and installed new ones. I'm a big fan of Busy Bee. So if your plumbing, heating, or cooling needs attention, they will swarm into action to fix your problem quickly and reasonably. Call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, I got to tell you, I am so grateful that Dr. Kevin Mitchell came into my life because he helped me feel better fast. Many, many years ago, I heard a commercial just like this one when I got to Middle Tennessee and started my new job here at WTN. And I ended up going to see Dr. Kevin Mitchell at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, and he helped me immensely. These days, I'm taking walks, I'm playing pickleball, I'm having a lot of fun. And My body just feels better thanks to the therapy that I got at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. It's what I did years ago, and you can go see him right now as well. The Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. He is a patriot, and he wants to help you with your chronic back, neck, or knee pain. Find him online. It is painisbad.com. That is painisbad.com. You can also call him, and again, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. $7:58, Nashville's Morning News.
Hey, Dan.
Yes?
What does your computer do for lunch?
I don't know, Joan. What does my computer do for lunch?
It has a bite.
There
It's
you
your
go.
back to school humor.
Is
right there.
we're going to do some back to school jokes here? We did it earlier to many groans, although I personally liked the humor. Sam, you got one real quick? See,
Hey, what did one pencil say to the other on the first day of school?
What's that, Joan?
Looking sharp.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
See,
I got them all.
did you have? Okay, you got one more while mine comes up.
Yeah.
All
What
right.
does a book do in the winter?
What's that?
It puts on a jacket.
Oh, very good. Okay, yeah, that's funny. Let's see here. See, Sam just blew the bit.
Yeah.
Sam just, because I was getting ready. You know what, Sam? Just for you, I'm going to send you back to like producer school. Let's see here. Why did the music teacher go to jail? Because she got caught with a sharp.
Ha! I get it.
And the note, the sharp.
The sharp note, that's
Hey,
exactly
why did
right.
the broom get a poor grade in school?
Why is that?
Because it was always sweeping during class.
Okay. One more. Why was the school cafeteria so cold? Because of all the chillin'. Like children.
Children chilling.
Listen, you started this, Joan.
Okay, I did.
And I wasn't even ready. All right, got to go. 8 o'clock, WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories and the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. An Australian tourist killed over the weekend when a car ran into pedestrians on Lower Broadway. Channel 4's Braden Ross spoke to one of the witnesses.
It was either his foot was unable to find the brake and get off of the gas, or he was trying to beat that red light.
Cahill's 90-year-old wife and her caregiver were in the car, too. Cahill and his wife were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. The caregiver told police she was on her phone in the back seat at the time of the crash and only looked up when she heard the sound of pedestrians being hit.
Yeah, 4 other people were injured. Now, Metro Council member Jacob Cupin on whether cars should be banned on Lower Broadway.
There's a lot of considerations. I know on weekend evenings, it does often get closed, but certainly something we'll be evaluating with this new situation that's happened.
Yeah, it's not clear yet if Metro Council will take this issue up. A man is hospitalized in critical condition after a shooting in South Nashville late last night. Here's News 2's Peyton Kennedy.
It was reported around 11:30 Sunday night. Metro Police were sent to Walden Village Lane, that's just off of Murfreesboro Pike in South Nashville. We do know one man was shot and is in critical condition.
And that victim was able to tell police he didn't see the shooter. No arrests so far. It appears 2 anti-Trump Republican senators are getting what they want from Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. He has put into writing that the anti-weaponization fund is dead.
Blanche released written statements saying the fund is rescinded and shall, quote, have no force or effect. And in a second statement, Blanche affirmed that another provision of Trump's settlement with the IRS, that he has immunity from audits for any past tax returns, will apply only to Trump, his sons, and the Trump Organization.
That's ABC's Jonathan Karl. Now, President Trump established that anti-weaponization fund to settle a $10 billion lawsuit that he had against the IRS for illegally releasing his tax filings. The fund would have been available to people who claim to have been targeted for prosecution by the Biden administration DOJ. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And as we get closer to the opening bell, things are looking up. We've got Dow Futures plus 634 right now. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's a crash on 65 North in the Brentwood area. It's past Old Hickory Boulevard South. That crash is in the left shoulder. Goodlettsville, Long Hollow Pike, eastbound. A crash at Conference Drive. Nolensville Pike and Woodbine, a crash just north of I-440. And also in Lebanon on I-40, westbound at I-840. Watch for another crash scene there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 W10. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well, and welcome on in to the fourth and final hour of Nashville's Morning News for a Monday, first day of school for a lot of folks. And so if you are one of those parents, congratulations, you made it through another summer. I've always wondered, do kids, and maybe Joan, we'll talk about this with Chris Hand, who has 4 children.
Yeah.
Do parents like it better during summertime or when the kids go back to school? What is easier? But we'll talk about that later, because right now I got a very special guest in studio. Lieutenant Mike Hotz is joining me. And Lieutenant, can I call you Mike?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. So Mike, appreciate you being here. Incredible thing you did over the last, I guess it was the last week.
Yes, sir.
Where you were able to talk a guy off of the Victory Memorial Bridge. He was, I guess, getting ready to jump. And you went up to him and you were able to talk him down. Incredible story. So I want to talk a little bit about that. The more research that I did, though, on you, you've had an amazing career. And one of the things that I like to do is celebrate incredible law enforcement officers. I believe that you are one. So number one, let's talk about what happened at the bridge, because you were on patrol and you were dispatched that a guy was on Facebook threatening to jump.
Yes, sir. He was live streaming on social media saying that he was going to take his life by jumping off the bridge. So myself and several of my officers responded to the call, and after a few minutes, we're able to locate him.
How do you decide who takes the lead?
This scenario was a case of right place at the right time. I ended up being the first car in the column of cars that encountered him, and I just got out on foot and I spoke to him and he spoke back to me, and that's a good step in developing rapport, or at least a line of communication.
When you walk up to somebody and and this was your first time encountering somebody that is getting ready to jump off a bridge.
Yes, sir.
So what is going through your mind? Like, I'm assuming you have training that you utilize to go through this, but I can imagine there's a difference between training and real life. What's going through your mind when you see this guy inches away from jumping off the bridge?
There absolutely is a difference between training and real life, but our department does a great job of training us. I spent 6 years on the crisis negotiations team, and they do very in-depth training in how to communicate with individuals in crisis. And when I stepped out of my vehicle, it all just kicked in and kind of went, for lack of a better term, on autopilot, or reverted to my training.
You may not be able to answer this question. I don't have any questions written down, but these are going through my head. Do you think that guy wanted to jump?
Yes, absolutely.
So he wanted to jump, but he's live streaming.
Yes.
Is that live stream? Because this is what people are doing these days. It's crazy. Is they're going to do something horrible and they're going to live stream it, whether it is a shooting or a suicide. It's horrible. But if somebody's committing suicide, I wonder if it's a call for help.
Yeah, I believe this individual was had such frustrations and emotions built up. One part of his brain is wanting it all to stop, and another part may be trying to reach out for help. So it's this tumultuous conflict in an individual in crisis's mind.
One of the things that I read about you is that you're a veteran?
Yes, sir.
So was the guy on the bridge, without getting into too many details, but I believe he was a veteran?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No, sir.
So, but you did say to local media that you are encountering a lot of veterans who are in crisis. And so are you able to tap into your experience in the military to reach those that are in crisis?
Yes, sir, definitely. I believe my military experience in the U.S. Army Infantry definitely translates over into my everyday life. And I deployed twice to combat, once to Afghanistan, once to Iraq, and stay in close contact with the brothers that I served with over there. And unfortunately, our group of friends has had several run-ins with suicidal ideation and things like that. And I've had to communicate in that realm before.
People are asking what police department? Metro Nashville PD?
Yes, sir, Metro Nashville.
Back to the bridge real quick. When you approach the guy and he is threatening to jump, what did you say to him, in your opinion, that connected with him and convinced him not to jump?
I think it was a culmination of several things. Number one, that I wouldn't try to deceive him. I would speak honestly and from the heart, and let him know that people care about him, and that suicide is a permanent end to something that is temporary, and to convey to somebody that while you are going through the worst moment of your life right now, undoubtedly, that it will get better. We may not know how it's going to get better, but I that's one solemn promise I could make to anybody who's contemplating this.
I saw the tape, and when you said something like, "Can I shake your hand?" or "Will you shake my hand?" and he stepped off the bridge and over the railing or whatever it was and came to shake your hand. When he collapsed into your arms, can you still feel that? Because to describe it for people listening on the radio, he basically started crying and collapsed in your arms. How did that feel?
A tremendous sense of relief, overwhelming emotion, to be honest. I didn't expect him to do that. I was trying to establish rapport and trust with him, and I wanted to see if he would shake my hand. I made it clear, hey, I'm not going to try anything. I just want to shake your hand and I'll step back. He made it clear that he wanted distance between us. And I guess there was a moment where he surrendered to our promises that we were going to get them the help that they needed.
I will tell you, I shed a tear when I saw the video, and I can imagine what you're going through as you're living that in real time. And I'm sure that for you, when you go back to the precinct and you go talk to the people that you work with and so forth, everybody wants to know how it all went down. Do you look at the successful instances where you're able to talk somebody off the ledge and use that to teach others?
Absolutely. Our department is very much a teaching department, and everybody from officers to lieutenants and all the way up through our chain of command, who we've had their steadfast support. We just try and share that knowledge and experience with others who are trying to do the same thing later on.
Mike Holtz is joining me. He is a lieutenant with Metro Nashville Police Department, in the news in the past couple of days because you helped talk a man off of the ledge in Nashville at Victory Memorial Bridge. But the other thing that you said that I find interesting is you spent 6 years as crisis negotiation. So, I mean, I've seen movies and TV where there's somebody, on the law enforcement side talking to a guy that's barricaded, has hostages. Like, was that what you did?
Yes, sir. I was a team leader. At the time when I was on the team, we had 2 teams, and I was one of the 2 team leaders there.
All right, so I got to ask about that coming up next at 30 seconds for traffic, 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Mostly cloudy and a high of 85. Appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Lieutenant Mike Holtz is joining us. All right, so when you're part of the crisis negotiation team, did that experience help you in talking the man off the ledge?
Absolutely. It definitely informed all those communications. We had training and scenarios as well as real world application of speaking to individuals who are in crisis, which includes individuals who are contemplating suicide.
So do you know how many incidents you worked where you negotiated? I mean, is it just like all in a day's work, so you've lost count?
Not that many, no. Maybe 10 or so.
Okay, over 6 years?
Yes, sir.
So I bet you remember every single one.
Yes, sir.
I can imagine that's a lot of pressure.
It can be.
What do you say to somebody who is, without giving away state secrets, but what do you say to somebody who is in a situation where they're holding a hostage or they are threatening suicide because they've messed up and they've done something stupid? What is the best way to talk somebody out of that situation so that they're able to walk out on their own?
Well, you start with honesty. You never want to say something that's patently false or promise something that can't be delivered. And empathy. Listen to the individual and what they're saying, and see if there's any way you can address those concerns or those thoughts that they're having, and just continually try working to a safe and peaceful end.
When you're doing that, when you're engaged and you roll up onto a scene and you assess the situation, first thing you do is you try to establish a rapport with the person. And I'm assuming there's each situation is different, right? So a guy who has done something stupid and maybe he's, killed somebody or whatever, and he's locked into his house and he doesn't want to come out because he's done something horrifying. That's going to be a different situation than somebody who is holding a hostage?
Yes, sir, definitely. You need to take as much of the information that's available to you, which may not be full and complete information, but you take what you get and you use that information to inform your approach.
So I don't know how much of this you can answer, but did you have both results? Because there's basically two results, right? So somebody does something you don't want them to do, and they decide to go through with what they're threatening to do, or you're able to talk them out. Did you have both of those situations?
Yes, sir. I've had both positive and negative outcomes. Mostly, thankfully, have been on the positive side.
Good. Do the negative ones, do you feel like, number one, I can imagine that is something that you don't forget. I can imagine that's sort of like combat. You don't forget it, number one. But number two, is there a learning experience in each one?
There certainly is, sir. I believe you can learn a lesson from positives and negatives. So yes, sir, I believe lessons are learned all the time.
I guess you're now no longer part of the crisis negotiation team. You've decided now you've been promoted, I guess, right?
Yes, sir.
So what's your new gig?
I'm a lieutenant with Central Precinct's evening shift, which encompasses 3.9 square miles of essentially what is this heart and soul of Nashville, the entertainment district.
I'm not going to ask you about the whole Broadway thing, the thing that happened on Broadway, because an 87-year-old guy driving down Broadway, that had to be crazy. But is that a good neighborhood or a bad neighborhood? Like you've got, I mean, if you're telling me it's the heart and soul of Broadway, a lot of drunks over there, obviously, a lot of partying in the streets. That's going to be an adventure.
There is never a dull moment on Central Precinct evening shift, sir.
What's the morale these days of Nashville PD? You don't know me, but I've been a big advocate for law enforcement for many, many years, and I've covered for years. We don't have enough officers, or the morale of the police department is down. Those kinds of things. How are things going for the force these days?
I can only speak for my detail, Central Precinct B detail. I believe the morale is good, sir.
Yeah.
We try to have a good time at work as much as possible, and back each other up, and try and keep each other safe. And I think we do a very good job at it. I think our commander, Ricky Bearden, who is the commander of Central Precinct, creates a fantastic environment for us. And I enjoy coming to work every day.
Do you?
Yes, sir.
I've heard from police officers who have the exact opposite, but they've been on the force for many, many years. Do you feel like you're having more fun or less fun as your career continues?
I think I'm having more fun, and that's one thing I speak to my officers about, is coming to work with a positive attitude every day is infectious. And if you show up and you have a good attitude, and your whole team tries to do the same, you create a better environment, a place where you're going to have a good time for the most part, and where you're going to be more productive and better able to help the citizens of Nashville.
What's the biggest challenge you folks face these days, police officers?
Certainly staffing is one of them, but that is what it is. Make no excuses. We have what we have, and we make the best of the personnel that we have, and I think we do a good job of making the best out of what we have.
Do you think that the shortage of police officers, do you think that's temporary, or that's just going to be life moving forward?
I think it's temporary.
Yeah.
Things come in waves, and we definitely have some of the strictest hiring standards, and the hiring process to be a law enforcement officer is not a quick one. It takes well over a year in many circumstances, and it's just one of those things. We just got to make the best with what we have, and leave the recruiting and retention to our fantastic recruiting department.
What is your favorite part of being a police officer?
Helping people, hands down. I think law enforcement is a unique profession in that everybody joins for the same reason. We're definitely not joining to be rich, but we all sign up so that we can help people, and that's what it all boils down to, is how can I come into work today and help anybody who needs it.
What do you think of the notion of community policing these days? There's community policing, you really get to embed yourself into a community. Hopefully the community will trust you. And if there's things that are going on in the community will trust you enough to, maybe help you solve the crime, tell you who did it, or whatever the case may be. Are you a big advocate for that?
Building trust throughout the community is definitely integral to relations between the citizens and the police department that serves those citizens. My previous assignment before Central Precinct B Detail was one of the members of the overdose unit, where we investigate overdose fatalities and hold people accountable for selling the poisons on our streets, and then also try and keep people from dying of opioid overdoses. And one of the programs that I started over there was installing overdose reversal units called One Boxes in businesses throughout the city. And I didn't have a lot of buy-in in the beginning, but after, years of establishing trust throughout the community, people saw that we're just trying to help people. And after
because you helped get Narcan into the hands of the police so that you were always ready just in case.
Yes, sir.
And you said you had a lot of pushback.
Not necessarily pushback, but people didn't understand what Narcan or naloxone was.
Got it.
And worried about liability, even though there is virtually none.
How did you push that through? How did you get people to believe?
The biggest single determining factor of increasing our success came with building problem-solving partnerships throughout the community and meeting, two individuals in particular, Trevor Henderson with the University of Tennessee Smart Policy Initiative and Benton McDonough with the Mayor's Office of Nightlife, who I was able to tell them what my plan was and use their partnerships throughout the community to start getting these overdose reversal units installed throughout the city. And currently we have over 530 installed with 19 confirmed people's lives saved because of them.
Have you ever thought about how many lives you've saved over the years?
No, sir. I don't want to dwell on anything like that.
You know what? You should, because if you were like, oh man, I'm tired, I want to sleep in, I don't want to get up or whatever, you think about the good that you're doing. And I mean, it's probably a little hard to be humble, but clearly you are. And last question, the people whose lives that you've saved, like for example, the guy on the bridge, do you ever hear from them again, or do you ever check in with them, or any sort of follow-up personally?
I hope one day I will. There's privacy concerns with HIPAA and things like that, where, I don't want to overstep anything like that. But when I was on the bridge with that individual, after the scene was rendered safe and he was secured, I did offer to take him out to lunch if I ever saw him on the street one day. And I honestly mean that. I hope I get to see him again, and I hope they're thriving.
I love talking to you, and I wish you the best of luck in your new role out of crisis negotiation into what's your new role again?
Lieutenant with Central Precinct's evening shift.
Congratulations on the promotion, and I hope to see you and talk to you again soon.
Thank you very much for having me.
Lieutenant Mike Haas, Nashville Police Department, and great conversation. It is 8:25. Joan's got the news at 8:30. Joan.
Markets are about to open here on Wall Street, and it looks like things are going to open very nicely after what President Trump had to say about the Iran war. It's coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. Hey, Sam, would you make sure he gets out okay? I don't want to freak anybody out by having a police officer walking through. I'll make it a long commercial, and then Joan and I will start talking. Just make sure he can get out of this place sometimes. Because, Joan, there's some people in this building that probably have a warrant out for their arrest, and I don't want them freaking out. I'm totally kidding. Can you imagine, though? Who let the fuzz in here?
When was the last time you called the police the fuzz? 1970s?
Listen, I have nothing but love and affection for the police. I really, I should have asked them. I should have asked them for you, Joan. I should have said, hey, what is the phrase that will get Joan out of her next ticket? That's what I should have done.
I don't need a phrase. I just need the smile.
Oh,
the
Lord.
batting of the eyelashes.
Yeah, is that what needs to happen?
It's all it takes.
Anyway, he was great.
He was.
He was
What a
great.
guy. What a guy.
Sam, did you see him out? Everything's okay now?
I think the lieutenant can find his way out of a building that he walked in. Because I kind of felt silly when I caught up to him.
I just want to make sure that, I said, I said, Sam, while you were gone, that I was worried that some people might be upset that we let the fuzz in here. You know what I mean? Because, some people in this building you just really don't know about. Totally kidding. I love all my coworkers. 827, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Middle Tennessee Ford, yes, I agree. The times are tough. And if you need a truck or minivan, maybe an SUV, Mid-10 Ford can help you out with great selection and pricing as well. They've been around for 56 years, since 1969, helping people get the vehicle that is right for them. And right now, you can save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. They also offer special financing as well. If you need it, Middle Tennessee Ford, they've been here for a long time helping folks out. It is a one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. So you can buy your car there or your truck. You can get it serviced, and they even have a body shop as well. Brand new or pre-owned, you can check out all of the great deals at their website, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. You can even start the buying process right there on their website. Again, mid10fordtrucks.com. Middle Tennessee Ford, 615-949-2737 is the phone number, 615-949-2737, mid10fordtrucks.com. $829, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here. So many people, maybe even you, living with cataracts, and maybe you don't even realize how much it is affecting your everyday life. Now, here's the good news. The fix is quick. It all begins with a personalized consultation with Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. If you've been dealing with blurry or cloudy vision, glare or halos around lights, colors that just don't seem as bright as they used to, well, these are all signs of cataracts. And for a lot of people, driving becomes difficult, even dangerous, especially at night. Some people even experience double vision in one eye. So, listen, that's not something that you have to live with. Cataract surgery today is fast, it is painless, and the results can be truly life-changing. I've gone through it. You can as well. Don't wait. Call Dr. Horn at Vision for Life at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online, visionforlife.com, to schedule your cataract evaluation with Dr. Horn today and find out if you qualify. 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com. $831, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here, a lifelong dog owner, and I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals, and mostly bad, sadly. Now, if you have a dog that needs some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. Now, I do call them the Dog Whisperers. They've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues. They can help you as well. So, aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, they can help you help your precious pup with just about anything. So check them out today, Ridgeside Canine Nashville. Call them, find out what they can do for you. 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380, rsk9nash.com, the letter K, the number 9. rsk9nash.com. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life.
Good morning, 8:33. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump saying that he called off a massive attack and that a deal with Iran is now imminent.
Prior to Trump's announcement, Iran warned regional countries of harsh retaliation should the U.S. follow through on its threat to target Iranian energy facilities. That warning sparked Saudi Arabia's leadership to publicly urge the White House to de-escalate. The Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman speaking with President Trump. The president then calling off those planned strikes.
That's ABC's Mary Bruce. Now, President Trump told reporters on Sunday the U.S. would engage in talks beginning this afternoon. Ohio Republican U.S. Senator Bernie Moreno is calling for his former son-in-law to drop his campaign to maintain a seat in Congress. Chris Miller has been accused of being abusive to Bernie Moreno's daughter and granddaughter.
Senator Moreno posting, "If there are any basic standards of character required to hold elected office, Max Miller fails them. I believe Max Miller needs to seek professional help." Miller firing back, "You know this isn't true, and the only reason you are speaking out now is to hide from your own media circus."
That's ABC's Alex Prescia. Now, Emily Moreno claims that Miller scalded her with hot water, hit her, and threatened her. She also implicated Miller after their 2-year-old was taken to a hospital with a broken collarbone. And a Nashville man has been charged with stealing nearly $10,000 in merchandise over the course of 2 months. 51-year-old Bobby Clanton was witnessed walking out of 2 Home Depot stores with carts full of unpaid goods. Police say that Clanton mostly hit the Home Depots on Powell Avenue and Bell Road. They say he has a long rap sheet of past convictions for theft and burglary as well. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Dow Jones Industrials plus 599 to start us off here this morning. The Nasdaq is up 118, S&P 500 index 41 plus at the start of the opening bell this morning after President Trump said he's going to work on an agreement with Iran. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
8:35, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. By the way, Chris Hand is in the house. So
we're going
to have the big crisscross handoff. By the way, big news during the crisscross handoff is coming.
Huge.
Big hype. Speaking of big hype, USS. All this rain in the week. How's that for a segue?
It's gold, Dano. It's gold.
All this rain that we've had, you could end up with water in your crawl space or your basement. That moisture could be an indication that you have waterproofing issues, and it could also mean that you need to call my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Now, this is the company in Middle Tennessee for all things, not only waterproofing, but also foundation repair and concrete leveling. And listen, if something does go wrong, it needs to get fixed. And if you need financing to help get it fixed, they're here for you with 3 different options. You can get a 10% discount if you pay in full, or fix it now, pay it later with 18 months, no payments or interest, or you can choose the 36 months, no interest with low payment option for qualified homeowners. All of this great financing for a limited time only. You've got to call them at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. USSTN.com is the website. As always, tell them Dan told you to reach out. USSTN.com. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855.
Okay, gotta watch it on 24 westbound in Laverne. There's an accident that takes out the right lane at Old Hickory Boulevard. Pretty slow around it, too. They say that a car has gone off the road and into the trees, and then there's another truck involved in it further up on the left shoulder. So a big mess there, 24 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard. You also have an accident 65 south in Madison at Dickerson Pike, and another one in Woodbine on Nolensville Pike, north of I-440. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Okay, so should I know what this is?
Doubtful.
All right. Do you know what? Hey, Joan. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Oh, Yellow Wolf?
Do you know what the there's only one song. Hey, Chris, watch this. Joan, there's only one song that is worse than this song. Do you know what it is?
I do not.
The music bed for the promo of our event on August whatever it is, coming up 6th.
Yeah.
That music is really bad.
They said, do you have some music that sounds like an ice cream social at the senior citizens home?
That's what they did for the promo for the yeah.
Said,
And I'm
say
like,
no more, fam. I got you.
yeah, it's like, hey, let's go find the most generic elevator music ever and slap it on a promo where we're telling people it's going to be a great time at Big Hype. So next time you hear the promo of, I don't know, is it the same bed for all of us?
I think so.
So
I haven't heard mine yet.
Does it make you want to go pop the trunk, Dan?
It's.
I don't know what pop the trunk means.
You don't know what pop the trunk means?
You don't know.
Wow.
It's like when you're going for the firearm that you have stored in the back of the vehicle.
Hey, can we turn this off, by the way? Please, I'm feeling hostile. Thank you. Don't make me go pop the trunk, dude. I'll go pop the trunk.
What do you YouTube poll? Who has a better chance of popping the trunk, Dan or Joan?
Joan.
Smart money's on Joan.
I was going to say smart money's on Joan.
No, just kidding. Joan keeps it on her side.
By the way, don't forget Big Hype 4. Where do you keep it, Joan? You got maybe like an ankle holster or something?
I like the idea of the ankle holster.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right, good.
But I've never used it.
Let's get Joan an ankle holster for her birthday. When's your birthday, Joan?
It's in June. So in order to do that,
we missed it. Darn.
Christmas it is.
you need one of those little, like a little Beretta.
You need a 25 caliber. That's what you need. Those are your ankle pistols.
Yeah.
Anyway, so pop in the trunk. I think that that's a dumb song. That's all I got on that.
I was surprised that he pulled out some Yellow Wolf. That feels like a deep cut.
Is that Yellow Wolf?
Yeah.
Okay,
He
good.
lives around here. He's out on Old Hickory Lake every once in a while.
Really?
Yeah.
I've met him
wow.
before. Super nice.
Very nice guy.
Oh, I bet you he is. Is he still like active in the
He's still making
popping
some
of the
songs,
trunk
yeah.
stuff?
I mean, that song's from 2010, but yeah.
I would imagine he's.
I hear Joe laughing.
He's still willing to.
Hey, can we just whatever?
Not to be confused with Green or Red Wolf. It's Yellow Wolf.
So can we get the video up? You will see the Adorbs picture of the two Chris Hand boys who they have rings that are bigger than them.
They do.
And apparently they won the big Jones Championship baseball thing.
I know. I saw their picture.
So how cool is
we
that?
had
I love
two tournaments over the weekend in Chapel Hill, and both of the boys came away with some championship rings, some hardware.
Cool.
And so it was two separate tournaments. It was the 6U and then the 8U. And both teams won.
6U?
Yeah.
And 8U?
Yep.
What is that?
6-year-olds, 8-year-olds.
Oh.
And under.
And under. You
Yeah.
is under.
Oh, got it. Okay, very good.
But yeah, both the teams
All right.
rocking. Bishop's team actually ended up in their age bracket #1 in Tennessee.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
#1 in Tennessee.
Yeah, so we're really proud of them. Those boys have been working hard. And his team is adorable. Like Brooks's team, like they're really playing baseball. Bishop's team is playing baseball, but when they run the bases, they still got the little legs.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
So it's adorable to watch.
So now, from what I understand, you never played Little League.
No, sir.
So you ever think about going to the batting cages and trying hitting a ball?
No, sir.
I would love to see that. I would pay to if I take you to the batting cages where you do it.
I live vicariously through my boys.
We can play mini golf after.
Hey, I still think he gets a hit in the professional women's league.
Oh my gosh! Speaking of that, did you hear that?
Yes, I did. We
Played
We played it at 5:30. We'll play it again.
I can do it right now if you want.
You want to play it again? All right, go ahead, Joan.
Like, do you remember when there was like they were torturing the Middle Easterners and they were playing like rock and roll music over and over again?
Yeah, they played Journey.
Yeah. I feel like you could play this version of the national anthem and it would reach the same effects much quicker.
You got it, Joan?
I do, but I'm pushing up the wrong slide. Duh, Joan.
So this is the first professional women's baseball game ever, which nobody knew was happening.
Yeah. Do you know who this is, by the way?
I don't.
Martha from Martha and the Vandells. She's like 85. Turn it up.
There's some people grimacing in the stands.
It is painful. I'm grimacing in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
there it is.
Now,
so you know Levin, he plays the national anthem every night.
Yeah.
I feel like we found a better version for the night guy.
So what we need to do, but see, here's the thing. I think this was done on purpose so that people would realize that there's now a women's Major League Baseball. Wait, turn up.
Here it is.
Here's the big note.
For the land of the free and the home of the brave.
So the best part of the video was everyone in the audience doing their absolute best to not bust out laughing.
Yeah.
All of the players standing behind her doing their best to not start laughing.
Well, the applause was because it was over.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it was. And but here's the thing. Nobody knew there was a women's Major League Baseball until this. I didn't know there was a women's Major League Baseball until this horrific singing of the national anthem. So
Somebody
they've actually
online
drawn attention to it.
Somebody online called it domestic terrorism. Not the game.
That's actually pretty good.
You know, the next time we hear about the professional women's baseball league is going to be when they're complaining that they don't get paid as much as the men's team.
Yeah.
Well, I know that'll be it. Well, okay. So I played this game earlier. Chris, do you know how? Because waiting for the first guy to come in and wants to pitch or something for the women's team, pretending to be a girl. Do you know how much the average in Major League Baseball men's? The average fastball is, what do you think?
Probably 97 miles per hour.
92 to 94, 95.
Okay.
Higher end is going to be 102, right? In women's leagues, this is for all those people that say that, no offense, Joan, this is for all those people that say the women can play just as good as the men.
Looking at you, Joan.
Well, I'm a realist,
Here she
people.
is.
Like, I get it.
What is the average for a female?
78.
68 to 72, 73.
Oh my gosh.
78. And here's the crazy thing. That is a knuckleball in men's major league. That's the whole point, is that women, they just, no offense to the women. I keep waiting for a female. By the way, I want a woman to learn how to throw a knuckleball and end up in the major leagues. That's in the boys' major leagues, in the men's major leagues. That's what I want.
Or just hit a pitch over 80 miles an hour.
What's that?
I said, or just hit a pitch over 80 miles an hour.
See, I don't think women have a problem doing that.
Hitting a pitch over 80?
No, if they're going to pop it right up in the infield and easy out.
Sam, why are you such a dork?
Don't make me pop the trunk on you.
Sam, are you going to answer the question?
Eye-hand coordination is not. Eye-hand coordination is not a guy thing.
It's not the coordination; it's the power behind it to actually get it out into the outfield.
Do you know what I just heard? I just heard Sam being a sexist.
Yeah.
That
surprises how many people. Come on.
But to be fair, he is right,
Oh, look, Chris is being a sexist too.
Yeah. Well, Chris is just being an agitator, which is what he does well.
Bingo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm staying out of all this. I'm the guy who said, "Oh, I would love to see a female in the major in the men's major leagues. I'm the guy. I'm like the
P.S.
the most.
I don't want to see a woman in the men's
I'm
major
the most
leagues.
enlightened
I don't
guy
wanna
in the
see that.
room.
No, you're not.
He's stunning and brave.
No.
I'm stunning and brave, Joan. That's what it is. I'm stunning and brave. Well, brave. Well,
Definitely stunning.
not stunning.
No, stunning what you said to MC earlier. I just gotta
Hashtag
say.
not stunning. What did I say to MC? Oh, did you hear what I said? Did you guys hear what I say earlier? Have you ever gotten a call from a guy named MC?
No.
MC is he's blind, and and he listens to us, and in wrapping up the telephone call, I managed, because I'm just that awkward of a guy, I managed to say this. All right, very
Take
good,
care, brother.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
MC. See you later.
All
right, very
Take
good,
care, brother.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
MC. See you later. Yeah, I said see you later to a blind man. That's what I do.
No.
See, you may see him later. Am I right?
I guess I could theoretically see MC later.
You will.
Yeah.
Right.
I could if I wanted to drive all the way out to wherever MC lives, and he might find that a little weird.
He might hear you coming.
Why are you guys so hateful, man?
Dude, it reminds me of a video game that I saw that's available over the weekend. I was doom scrolling late Saturday night, and there's actually a video game on Roblox.
Yeah.
That is called the Helen Keller Simulator.
Wow.
What?
It's $3, and it's just a black screen. Seriously.
Oh, you no.
And there's
Looking this up.
there's certain achievements that you can unlock.
Like what?
Finding the door. I'm serious. This is a real thing.
It's a real thing.
It's a real
so
thing.
do they allow you to like handle knives? 'Cause, like, what if you have to cut some meat?
You gotta figure that out as Helen Keller.
Let's see.
You do weird things at night, Chris.
The Steam version of Helen Keller Simulator features 12 total achievements that lean to the game's blind, deaf, sensory deprivation theme. The known unlocked achievements from the Steam community stats include nothing to see here, start the game. A change of scenery, find your way outside. Touch grass, pick up some grass. I did not see that coming. Get hit by a car. Touch no evil, pick up the good book. Hear no evil. Fully ignore the instructions of the ship captain. Speak no evil. Enter the wasteland without speaking to the night watchman.
Okay, so you pay $3 for this? Like, seriously?
People are paying for it.
Did you pay for it? I think that's what the question should be.
No. I just saw it on Instagram.
Okay.
Long time no
It
see.
made me giggle.
Play the game after a week of inactivity.
All right.
See no evil. Beat the game without using the map.
Okay.
We got it. We got it. It's all good, man.
It's a real game. People are sick.
I don't know if Riker is on Roblox anymore. That's the bad one, right?
That's
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if he's still doing that.
He can get the game on
What do
Steam.
you mean you don't know?
I don't think he's doing. You never know with kids, Joan. They're sneaky that way.
No.
Roblox is
not
the
if
pedo
you-
playground.
No, I think he's off. I don't know. Quit judging me, Joan.
Somebody must.
His mother's on it. Okay, now on it meaning she's watching what he's doing. I'm not.
His mom's on Roblox all the time. She's hooked on the Helen Keller Simulator.
I love being judged by Joan every day. Good Lord.
As the parental figure, you should know what your kid's doing. Dun, dun, dun.
Whatever.
He's playing that Helen Keller Simulator again.
Listen, I'm busy playing the Helen Keller Simulator myself.
We should do that for a podcast episode. We should all play it.
Oh my God.
And we should see how we do.
That would be funny. Who do you think would win?
Murphy.
I think Murphy.
Murphy would win.
Well, I don't know, because you're closer to that video game age. Like I haven't played a video game in Riker actually got mad at me. Do you know that Riker? I think I talked about this before. He actually got so mad at me because I was trying to play Plants and Zombies. He's like 9. He got so mad at me because I couldn't play Plants vs. Zombies that he literally took the remote away from me and told me to get out of his room.
He rage quit for you.
He did. He rage quit for me. That's exactly right. And he's like, fine, whatever. Anyway, so there you go. So yeah, it's the first day of school for a lot of folks. So we've been telling back to school jokes all day.
Oh,
did you hear our back to school jokes?
I heard some of them.
Mine were the best.
Drop the heat.
Think not.
Bring the heat.
Do you know what, though? Somebody was telling me the other day. Somebody said, you should tell more jokes on your show. Somebody actually said that because they liked when we told jokes.
Why do calculators make great friends?
Why?
Because you can always count on them.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's good.
Why don't you look one up, Chris? You can tell one.
All right, I'll Google.
Oh, my God.
I'll Google
What did the
back
pencil
school
say to the
jokes.
paper?
What? Say it one more time.
What did the pencil say to the paper?
What?
I dot my I's on you.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
Good.
What also did the paper say to the pencil?
What's that?
Right on.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his kid off at school? Bison.
Do you know, have you ever made up a joke on your own? Like, you ever thought, oh, that'd be a funny joke?
I have not.
You know,
Every joke I've ever told has been stolen.
Joan, Sam, you guys ever make up a joke on your own?
That's typically when I'm asked to leave. They're like, we don't do that here, sir.
Why did the pencil break up with the eraser? It felt rubbed the wrong way all summer.
Okay.
Keep the jokes PG, Dan.
My kid asked me if school was like prison. I told him no. In prison, they let you out for good behavior.
Oh.
And in liberal cities, they let you out even if you haven't served a sentence.
Side note, you ever notice how the schools and the prisons are built like the exact same way?
They are. I've noticed that.
From
and
the
food
lunchrooms to
tastes
the
exactly
bells,
the same.
Everything's the same.
Yep. Remember when Michelle Obama was doing the whole school food program thing?
Pizza sauce is a vegetable, Michelle Obama.
Yeah. And you looked at that and you're like, I bet you that they would rather have prison food, the children.
Yes.
Because it looked so terrible.
Every day I get pictures from my daughter's school of the lunch.
Yeah.
With the words, thanks, Michelle.
That was remember the hashtag?
Yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Every day.
It was a big deal.
It was.
Why was the computer late for school?
Why?
He had a hard drive.
We actually had that
We
one
actually
already
did.
today.
We did that one already.
Is there like a shortage of good jokes?
Who's the leader of school supplies?
Who?
The ruler.
Very good, Joan.
Thank you.
So you know what the thing is? Joan's jokes are hitting really well. Sam, I don't know if Sam's just not a very good joke teller or if he's trying to oversell it or
I have
what.
to. You reminded me in the 5 o'clock hour that I had to keep it clean. There were kids in the car.
Oh, so you can tell dirty jokes better than you can tell clean?
No,
Is that what you're saying?
Dirty is a very sweeping term, Joan.
Okay.
Just PG-13.
Dude, all you got to do is Google it. So that's what I've been doing all day long. All day long.
I would like to point out that our favorite J6er, Colton Maccabee, is listening.
Hey, Colton.
And he said, you actually do get better food at school. He's just letting us know.
You know what?
Just,
man.
Okay.
Just saying, listen.
I've been red-pilled by Colton.
Yeah.
Very good,
Trust
man.
me, the food at school is better.
All right, we got to go. Joan was coming up quick.
Another teenage rescuer to tell you about. This time, this one involves a lasso. That story coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis from Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I'm here with Chris from USS, United Structural Systems. He's checking out my basement, my foundation, my crawl space to see if there's anything wrong. Fingers crossed. All right, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is we found some cracks in my basement wall. The good news, I've got Chris here who's going to walk me through the next steps.
Yes, so unfortunately, your house has been subject to the pressure of the dirt. The hydrostatic pressure, heavy dirt pushes on foundation walls, and you've got a little bit of what we call bowing. So that wall is pushed in a little bit. We have a lifetime warranty solution for that. So we install, usually in a day or two, this can be done in most situations. We install carbon fiber straps, which keep the wall from moving inward at any point in the future. It's a lifetime warranty for anybody that ever owns this house. So it's a quick and routine thing that we do, but it yields some long-lasting benefits.
It's a great selling point if you want to sell your house.
Absolutely. Good thing about our warranties is they're not only transferable, like the contract says, they're automatically transferred when you sell your house. So you'll have to sign any paperwork or even send us an email saying that you sold your house. Warranty would transfer to the next owner.
Times are tough. Absolutely, I agree. Now, if you need a new truck or a minivan, maybe an SUV, Mid-10 Ford, they can help you out with great selection, terrific pricing as well. Mid-10 Ford, they've been around for 56 years, since 1969, helping people get the vehicle that is right for them. They can help you save $1,000 or more on select Ford trucks. They also offer special financing as well if you need it. Now, Mid-10 Ford, I like to say that they're a one-stop shop. You can buy your vehicle there at Mid-10 Ford. You can get it serviced. They have a body shop as well. So you want a brand new or a pre-owned vehicle, you can check out all of the great deals at their website, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. They offer low-pressure sales, maximum customer service if you show up at their business, 1319 Foster Avenue. This is a family-owned business going back 4 generations. So, yeah, they do know how to treat customers. So let them help you get into your next vehicle. Again, low-pressure sales, maximum customer service. Find them online, mid10fordtrucks.com. That's mid10fordtrucks.com. Let their family take care of your family.
I'm Joan Jones.